Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Hegseth warns Iran has a chance to make a good and wise deal as Iranian state media confirms Iran's foreign minister will travel to Islamabad tonight. Israel and Hezbollah trade strikes hours after President Trump announces an extension to the Israel and Lebanon ceasefire. Thousands of people are forced to evacuate as wildfires spread across northeastern Japan. The U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said Iran has a chance to make a good and wise deal as Iranian state media confirms Iran's foreign minister will head to Islamabad tonight. Hegseth also said the U.S. wasn't anxious to make a deal, whilst adding the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports is growing and going global. Take a listen.
It's a bold and dangerous mission, a gift to the world, historic, courtesy of a bold and historic president. That mission continues today in this new phase as Iran has an important choice, a chance to make a deal, a good deal, a wise deal. As part of that effort, the United States has imposed an ironclad blockade that grows more powerful by the day. From the Gulf of Oman to the open oceans, our Navy is enforcing this blockade without hesitation or apology. Not only is the blockade growing, in fact, a second aircraft carrier will join the blockade in just a few days, but this growing blockade is also gone global. Just this week, we seized 2 Iranian dark fleet ships in the Indo-Pacific region that had left Iranian ports before the blockade went into effect. They thought they'd made it out just in time. They did not.
For more on this, I'm joined by Bijan Kian, former American-Iranian official. As always, Bijan, great to have you on the show. Before we get on to Hegseth, I just want to get your reaction to some breaking news in the last half an hour. Iran's foreign minister has confirmed his trip to Pakistan, with reports suggesting President Trump is sending Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. Do you expect the U.S. and Iranian delegations to meet? And why isn't J.D. Vance going?
Well, Leigh Ann, good morning to you. Good day to you and your viewers, listeners at the other side of the world. First of all, let me just say this. We live in an environment where definitions are changing, where we talk about ceasefire and enforce a naval blockade, which we've had this before. You know, in the Cuban Missile Crisis, we did the same thing, negotiating ceasefire, but also creating exclusion zones and quarantines and, ceasefire of some sort together with the naval blockade. That's changing. Then we talk about wisdom. The meaning of wisdom has changed. A wise deal for the United States and the world meets the test of logic. Test of logic says to the Islamic Republic, look, you can't win. You have created a sea of blood between you and your people. It doesn't matter what negotiations take place or what you could take away from the negotiating table. When you go back to your people, they don't want you anymore. So this is a lost game at the end. So why are we getting together in Islamabad? Because, we expect wisdom, but not the kind of wisdom that we expect them. Wisdom for the Iranian oligarchs is to sit on top of the money that they have accumulated through the economic rents produced by the clerical government to give legitimacy to what is not legitimate accumulation of wealth. And now they sit on top of this wealth, and wisdom to them is, look, we're going to hire a private security firm called IRGC. We pay them to bring people from Pakistan, from Iraq, from other people to kill Iranians who may have a claim to this accumulated wealth. So wisdom for them is to do that, to kill the Iranians, sit on top of the money, not let go of the power. So that's the disparity. We talk about negotiations, but we ask ourselves what's going to come out of it. Negotiations for what? You know, the gap is so wide that it's not going to happen. You ask me if there is any chance of an agreement. Yes, there is a chance of an agreement, in my view, because there is no reason for the United States to sit back after all the gains to compromise. What is asked of Islamic Republic is almost unaffordable for them because of the problem I described in the beginning of this situation. There's no win for Islamic Republic, only surrender. Now, surrender is not nice. It's not sweet. They cannot come out and declare, victory with a surrender. So they would put a patina of some sort of negotiated end to this, and it's possible. It is possible that it would look like they're staying in power, but they won't be staying in power. There's no way that that can happen. Why? Because there's another external reason for this. The existential threat to Israel's security is something that Israel is going to have to make a decision on. There is no daylight between Washington and Jerusalem at this time. There may be one developed, but I don't see that happening. There's full coordination, and you talk about how could a deal be scuppered. Very easily, very, very likely. Is an agreement
Bijan,
Iran possible? No.
So you don't think a deal is possible with Iran, even though the delegations are heading to Islamabad? That's what we're hearing from reports. Many people are holding their breath because right now you say Iran will have to surrender. But many people who are watching this show will think, well, Iran still has a chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, which is affecting the global economy. They still have their nuclear program somewhat intact. Their enriched uranium is still in the country. So you talk about surrender here, but that doesn't seem to be on the cards at the moment. So what options do Israel and President Donald Trump have? Is it military escalation? Because Israel Katz yesterday said Israel's just waiting for the green light from the US to start attacking Iran again.
Leigh Ann, it all depends how you frame the picture you see in front of you. When you say Iran's controlling the Strait of Hormuz, really? Islamic Republic is controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, we've seen them attack 5 ships. We've seen shipping choked through the whole key waterway and mines laid in the waterway at the moment. So we aren't seeing traffic. Five tankers went through the Strait of Hormuz today. The US General Dan Kane was in that press conference with Pete Hegseth earlier and said Iran had attacked 5 vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. So right now, there is a deadlock in the Strait of Hormuz and tankers do not have the confidence to go through.
Yes, let me unpack this. There is what they call a mutual pain, economic exercise of inflicting mutual pain. Now, let's unpack it. Look, if I have a weapon, resting on my shoulder and I shoot that rifle, there's going to be a kick to my shoulder. But the business end of that weapon is going to produce something that's going to put a $400 million hole in Islamic Republic's heart, in their wallet, in their pocketbook every day. Yes, there is mutual pain, but effectively Islamic Republic has placed its own neck in a noose because, look, when the ships leave Hark Island, they need to go past the Strait of Hormuz into the sea to be able to get to the Indian Ocean. Well, we're standing there closing the door. Who's closing the door? It doesn't matter. It's the Iranian oil not being able to leave. So this is like suicide by other means. This is what you call a strength and control. The skies are not in the control of Islamic Republic. The waters are not in the control of Islamic Republic. The grandstanding continues 47 years. That's been going on. The reality on the ground is that we could take more pain, we could take more pressure, and the Islamic Republic can't. So I don't know what you're being hopeful about in Islamabad. Is enrichment? Enrichment is happening. And that's precisely why the blockade continues. because Islamic Republic is running out of missiles, 90% reduction. And to look at this situation and try and make Islamic Republic a winner with an empty hand, it's impossible. You're sitting at a poker table, Islamic Republic doesn't have a good hand. There is no way to make it up and say, let's see what Islamic Republic can do with no winning cards in their hands. So yeah, we could draw a picture that puts all of the narrative that's spewed out by the Islamic Republic as winning points for them, but it won't hold. It wouldn't hold because reality is on the ground. Facts don't support projections like that. Islamic Republic's wise deal would be to say, I can never make up with my people. It's better to turn this over. It's better to assign a date for free and fair election. That's something they need to do. And that's the lowest cost for the people of Iran, for the Islamic Republic, and for the world to bring back peace to the Middle East. All these years, for 47 years, Islamic Republic alone has exacted raising costs of security for the countries in the Persian Gulf region, for the world, for the United States in particular. The other day I was calculating how much an average Iowan, person in Iowa, has paid because of the adventurism of Islamic Republic in the Middle East, in the Persian Gulf. So we can take this pain, Leigh Ann. We can take this pain for a much longer time, but the Islamic Republic cannot make this pain. The thing to do is to listen to the people of Iran. Don't forget, your country, Saudi Arabia, other countries, they need to consider living with geography. That doesn't change. Politics change. Geography doesn't change. Iran is not Islamic Republic. Iran is a country of 1,000 years of culture and history and great people. Islamic Republic, 47-year-old juvenile delinquent. We have to recognize that. We have to bring that to an end in the least costly way, and that is to recognize the people of Iran's right to choose their own government. Listen to them. That's what I say is the wise solution.
Bijan Kian, as always, very good to have you on and your analysis. Thank you.
Happy to be with you, Leigh Ann.
For more on this, I'm joined by Ryan Ramsey, former UK Royal Navy commander and commanding officer of HMS Turbulent, a nuclear submarine that patrolled the Strait of Hormuz. Ryan, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. So the US general says Iran has attacked 5 ships in the Strait of Hormuz so far during the war. Trump has repeatedly said the US has destroyed Iran's navy. Despite these claims, how is the IRGC holding the Strait hostage at the moment? What do they have in their arsenal?
Okay, so I think there's 2 parts. So Trump said that he destroyed the Iranian Navy, and he may well have done that, but the IRGC is something totally different. They operate asymmetrically, so not like typical naval warfare. They're very, very difficult to detect. They move fast. They use small boats that aren't always able to be taken out by traditional technology. So I think this asymmetric who is who in the Straits of Hormuz and working out who you're going to defend against or attack is exceptionally difficult.
Yeah, and as you say, it's exceptionally difficult. And I think Donald Trump and the rest of the world is finding it very difficult to open up this key waterway. But Iran doesn't want to come back to the table unless the US lifts its tit-for-tat blockade in the Strait. How is America enforcing this as another US aircraft carrier arrives in the Middle East?
So the US carrier battle groups won't be very close to the Straits of Hormuz. There's too much risk for the ships and the aircraft. They have air superiority without doubt, but they cannot defend against the IRCG in its current format using asymmetric tactics. So they'll be a lot further out and therefore intercepting ships that are either leaving through the Straits of Hormuz or coming towards the Straits of Hormuz further into the Arabian Gulf.
And Hegseth has made it clear that any attempts by Iran to lay mines in the Strait of Hormuz is a violation of the ceasefire. Trump has also ordered the US Navy to shoot and kill any boat laying mines. I want to ask you a little bit about these sea mines. Why are they so dangerous? And what real-world effect do they actually have? Because we hear a lot about sea mines, but I don't think we know the repercussions of them and how difficult they are to actually sweep and find.
Well, there's many different types of sea mines. So the ones you'd have seen during the tanker war in the late 80s, they were floating mines, and you could see those and you could deal with them. But now there's mines that are ground-based on the seabed that release under hydrostatic pressure when ships go through them. So the first problem is trying to see where somebody laser mines. They do it at night. At other times, you might not be able to observe that. The second thing is knowing where those mines are to make sure that shipping pass clear. And then the third one is how are you going to clear those? And clearing those, the only way to deal with that in this present state, with the threat of the with the Iranian threat, is to use autonomous vehicles until or clear and take control of the Straits of Hormuz and then clear them then.
And obviously, you've patrolled the Strait of Hormuz. You've got a more idea geographically than I could ever have on it. How difficult right now is the situation with this double blockade and able, especially for the Navy who's there, how difficult is it for them to get the ships back flowing? What's the answer here? I think many people are asking. Is it diplomatic? Is it military escalation?
Well, I think any solution has to be diplomatic. Military escalation hasn't worked, and it didn't work in the first wave against Iran because we're still in the position we are. And the only people that suffer are not governments, and they're not rich people or billionaires. It's the average user worldwide. So that's the first part of it. The second part is it's so complex. You cannot work out immediately whether something is Iranian, whether something is Omani. It's just really, really difficult, and it's very, very cluttered space. So the challenges that commanders, particularly US commanders, have is identification first before taking action. Because if they take the wrong action and do something that is against potentially the Omanis and the UAE, that creates a further problem.
So it's a really difficult situation, but reports suggest that every day this war is costing America around $1 billion, Ryan, which is a huge amount of money. So what is the role of the US Navy right now in this Middle East conflict? What are we actually seeing them do, and how are they handling making sure miscalculation doesn't happen?
Well, the US military are exceptionally effective at what they do. I spent 2 years with the US Navy in the early 2000s, and I was always impressed with the people in the Navy and also the technology that they have. But again, as I said, it's exceptionally cluttered, it's exceptionally difficult. So those commanders will be precise with their decisions because they don't want the negative repercussions of blue-on-blue engagements. I think probably the broader piece is nobody really knows what the end state, as the military would call it, is of this. I mean, it's not clear what Trump is actually trying to achieve with this. It's not clear what Iran is trying to achieve with this. History tells you that regime changes never really work. It didn't work in Libya in 2011. It didn't work in Iraq in 2003. And Afghanistan has been a nightmare. So why we would turn around and go back and think this is going to work now with a country whose history, if you go all the way back to day zero, they've never been taken over. So I think it probably needs a review of the strategy and then work out what they want to gain out of this and then negotiate.
Ryan Ramsey, really good to have you on. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm now joined by Saba Balouch, a human rights advocate and UN speaker specializing in Iranian minorities. Saba, great to have you on the show. It's day 56 of the Iran war and an internet blackout is still in place. At a time like this, how difficult has it become to form a fully accurate picture of the human rights situation happening inside the country?
Unfortunately, this blackout is intentional and systematic by the government to oppress its people, to silence them, to prevent dissidents. And it has become extremely difficult for human rights organizations, NGOs, to get accurate information. And this is what the regime wants. They don't want the world to know what is happening, obviously, and the human rights violations that it's carrying out against its own people. So it's all systematic, and it has done this before in the past. We saw this also in January when there was the uprising. And obviously now this is the longest time in its history the Islamic Republic has created this blackout. So there's a lack of information coming into it for its people, and a lack of information then being shared with the world, basically. So it's two ways here.
And how have rising executions and mass arrests in Iran been used as tools of political repression? And what impact has this had on dissent and civil society? Because you did mention back in January, we did see those anti-government protests.
Well, obviously, for the government, it does not want uprise. They do not want the demonstrations. It creates situations for it that they cannot control. And we've seen this again twice this year in the sense of people uprising, demonstrating, and all the killings, the thousands of people that are being killed on the streets. And it makes the government and Iran look bad, because it's violating human rights when it does crack down on people demonstrating. And it's, again, a tactic that it uses to hide what is happening. It uses executions to scare its own people. Even to a point where the number of executions, human rights organizations have actually said that are on the increase. And now even teenage protesters are being executed. We have Amir Hossein Hatami that was executed earlier this month. And even his body hasn't been returned to his family. Again, a number of human rights violations happening there. These trials are on mock trials. They're not fair trials. They happen very quickly. And again, it's all to instill fear and prevent the dissonance and the uprise that you were mentioning before. We have May Sato, the special reporter, and the UN chief both expressing concern over the dire human rights situation in Iran.
And as you did say, it's so difficult to get a picture of what's actually happening. But Donald Trump has said he prevented the execution of 8 Iranian women through intervention. Iran denies any executions were planned, but women have been at the forefront of major protest waves. How has this affected women in Iran, and what have they had to face?
Mm-hmm. Well, as mentioned before, we can actually see that perhaps this war has started from the women life freedom movement, and the women were at the forefront of this movement. They demanded their basic human rights, and rightfully so. But the regime again has used two main ways to silence the women: imprisonment, intimidation, and then on the other hand, propaganda, confusion around their cases. And again, it goes back to hiding all of this information from the world, confusing us with information. These women have not been put on a death row. This is a claim that has been made. It's false. So this is, again, creating confusion. So we're not actually sure what to believe now. And there hasn't been an independent clarification in terms of what actually happened between what Trump said and what Iran said.
Saba Balouch, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Israel and Hezbollah have traded strikes just hours after President Trump announced that the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon has been extended by 3 weeks. He also said that both leaders will visit the White House in the weeks ahead as the U.S. tries to broker a longer-lasting peace deal. For more on this, I'm joined by Patrick Burry, who's a senior associate professor in Security Department of Politics, Languages and International Studies at the University of Bath. Patrick, great to have you on the show. Just before I came to talk to you, the Israeli media has said it's killed 6 armed Hezbollah members in southern Lebanon today. How effective is the current ceasefire as violence on the ground just appears to be continuing?
Good afternoon, evening. Thanks for having us on. I think it's pretty limited in its effectiveness. It is basically designed to be a pause, if possible, at least to reduce the violence, which it's had that's probably been its most effective outcome so far. But it hasn't completely, as we're seeing, it hasn't completely stopped it. Crucially, in the releases which have come out about the potential for the Israeli-Lebanese talks, you know, Israel maintains the right to defend itself. There's a carve-out or a caveat there for it. And of course, what we've seen is some Hezbollah strikes continuing too. So while it's managed to dampen down the violence, I think in this complicated situation, it hasn't completely stopped it. And both sides retain the right, as they're calling it, to defend themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And let's get on to that because, as you know, Hezbollah says the ceasefire is meaningless amid continued Israeli attacks and they have the right to retaliate. As we know, the Iran-backed proxy is not part of the ceasefire agreement. So do they have the right to defend themselves and should they be brought into the negotiations?
Well, I think politically they can claim the right to, of course. I think legally and diplomatically it's much more difficult to say they do because they're a non-state actor. And as you mentioned in your question, you know, heavily linked to Iran, who to all intents and purposes, as long as they have control over it, tell it what to do. So I think the historic meeting between the Lebanese and the Israelis is a good step in the right direction. But as we all know, the Lebanese security forces are a kind of third-tier bit player in this compared to the Israelis and Hezbollah. But nonetheless, in terms of international law, recognising and normalising relationships between each other, a meeting which did involve the Israelis and Lebanese would be a step in the right direction, despite the Lebanese limited capacities to do anything about Hezbollah. But it does then raise the prospect potentially of investment in return, which Lebanon surely needs in return for further security help if there's a normalisation with the Israelis. So I think this is probably the angle they're looking at rather than actually solving any kind of Hezbollah problem, which potentially down the line could be integrated, but they seem like they're a long way from that at the moment.
And Iran's foreign minister says he will go on a timely tour of Pakistan, Oman and Russia, but has not confirmed talks with the US. The visit, of course, comes amid a deadlock between negotiations when we look at the US and Iran. Are you optimistic about progress between the two sides, or are they also really far apart at the moment?
I think I'd have weak, cautious optimism, might be the way to say it. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's so chaotic, isn't it? Between the Iranian regime being fractured, different elements saying different things, the foreign ministry and then the IRGC countering about the response to the US blockade. Donald Trump's tweets, which, you know, are flip and flop completely between hours, if not days. It's very difficult as an analyst to kind of really get a proper gauge, as I'm sure most people are aware of what's happening. I think there is back-channel discussions. I think a key thing, obviously, has been this blockade. I think the blockade actually made sense from the US perspective because there's no point the Gulf states and its Western allies not getting energy out of the Strait when Iran and its allies like China can do so. So spread the costs, put the leverage on Iran. And now you see it's getting a little bit into a case of who will blink first. I think the Chinese hand, although they like to keep it far away from this, is quite important. We've also had an intervention from Xi Jinping over the last couple of days about how he'd like to see the Strait open to all traffic. Nevertheless, the timing of that indicates he's not supportive of the US efforts, of course, and it's hitting his oil supplies. So listen, there's a lot of distance between these sides. It would be great if they can get around and start to hammer them out. But as I said, cautious, weak optimism.
Yeah, I'm going to steal that from you. Cautious, weak optimism, a good way to explain things. But I also want to just bring the fact to you that President Donald Trump is apparently sending Witkoff and Kushner to these talks in Islamabad, not J.D. Vance. Is this a surprise to you at all?
It might be a different approach. What kind of deal can we strike? Certainly there'll be, with those two, there'll be the industry/financial economic element. There have been some reports floated in the mainstream media about potential ideas for sorting out the nuclear enrichment program in terms of the US maybe offering to buy the remaining and the buried, as it were, in enriched uranium off Iran, which would potentially be a way forward. You've got to remember some of the interesting things about using Witkoff and Kushner, although they're very close and trusted, and he's big on loyalty to Trump. They don't have the kind of clearances, or as we know, the diplomatic nous haven't been cleared. So it's a very different approach to things.
Yeah, it's super interesting that J.D. Vance won't be going. And, of course, we'll see Witkoff and Kushner there. Let's see what happens. But it's really interesting. You say the U.S. could buy Iran's enriched uranium. But I know Russia was also looking to buy that. So lots of players in the game right now. Patrick Barry, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Wildfires in northeastern Japan are continuing to spread, forcing thousands of people from their homes and raising fears of further destruction in the region still haunted by past disasters. Authorities say more than 2,500 residents have now been ordered to evacuate as firefighters struggle to contain the flames in Iwate Prefecture. Patrick Falk has this report.
Flames tearing through forested hills, sending thick smoke drifting towards homes in the coastal town of Otsuchi. Two separate fires broke out on Wednesday in mountainous areas about 10 kilometers apart and have since burned more than 1,100 hectares. Despite a massive response, including helicopters dumping water from above the crews battling the blaze on the ground, the firefighters haven't been able to contain the blaze. Many residents were already affected by an earthquake and tsunami earlier in the week.
When the earthquake and tsunami happened, people went up to higher ground, to the mountains. But now the mountains are on fire. So where are we supposed to go?
Many people in Otsuchi had moved to elevated ground after the quake.
Now, a fire coming from the mountains is threatening to burn it down again.
Evacuation centers are filling up, with some residents fleeing earlier in the week following a strong earthquake that shook the region. Transport links have also been disrupted, with train services suspended as smoke blankets the area. Officials say at least 8 buildings have been destroyed so far, but no casualties have been reported. Still, with dry conditions and shifting winds complicating firefighting efforts, anxiety is growing.
I couldn't sleep because I'm too worried.
Authorities warn the situation remains unpredictable as crews race to prevent the flames from reaching more densely populated areas. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
China's foreign ministry has rejected President Trump's claim that an Iranian-flagged cargo ship that was intercepted by U.S. forces was a gift from China. During a news briefing, he also said it has no factual basis and added normal trade between countries should not be interfered with or sabotaged. For more on this, I'm joined by Derek Grossman, Professor of International Relations at the University of Southern California. Derek, as always, great to have you on the show. Lots of news happening today. Let's just break it all down. China, let's begin there, is pushing back hard against President Donald Trump's claim that an intercepted Iranian ship was a gift from China. What are you reading into this very, very public denial?
Well, thanks for having me. So it's not a surprise at all that China would deny it because it's the Chinese are not interested in giving anything to the United States. And they have actually upheld this narrative that they are still operating within the rules-based international order, meaning that everybody's got to follow international law and norms of behavior. And what they're trying to do is tar and feather the United States as playing the game of might makes right, because the U.S. is the sole remaining superpower. It is blatantly now an imperial and predatory power that it's able to do things that it wants to do, that's in its interest to do, right? And the Chinese are trying to say that's wrong, and that is not what the United States, along with Great Britain and the Soviet Union at the time after the end of World War II, signed up to. Right, and that China also now upholds. And so there's really this kind of battle of narratives that's been going on, and China is trying to demonstrate that it is now the adult in the room and that it will not engage in imperial behavior abroad. I mean, think about it, right? If the Chinese were to seize a U.S. ship or a ship of some other nation and say that this is tribute to the Chinese kingdom, right, to the Chinese empire, to Xi Jinping, right? That it would make China no better than the empires that have failed in the past. And so Beijing is really trying to show that it is now the center of stability and predictability and rules within the international order.
And given how sensitive the Strait of Hormuz already is at the moment, does this incident risk pulling China further into the conflict, even if Beijing insists it's not involved? And many people have suggested China could actually be involved in some form of back-channel negotiation.
Well, I think that China is certainly involved in back-channel negotiations, primarily through its longstanding ally and partner, Pakistan, right? But in terms of China getting more involved in the Strait of Hormuz militarily, I don't see that happening. I think it's more the case of China allowing the United States to take on the burden of dealing with Iran and trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And China is very pleased to take a step back and let that process play out, let the U.S. potentially get bogged down once again in the Middle East, so that China in East Asia has a freer hand to deal with Taiwan, to deal with potential opponents in the South China Sea like Vietnam and the Philippines, maybe to also deal with an India scenario along their disputed land border, which has improved recently, but is certainly not resolved, right? And so for China, it's not that there's only good that can come out of this, but there is some strategic good that can come out of it for China. But China has to try to stave off the worst case scenarios, which is renewed war and instability in the Middle East that threatens its ability to access oil and other resources from the region, and its ability to show that it's trying to counter the U.S. by having good relationships with other autocratic regimes.
But it's really interesting because China must be suffering economically due to these blockades in the Strait of Hormuz. As we know, they get a lot of oil from Iran and also Russia. But there are growing concerns that the Quad, the US, India, Japan and Australia, is losing momentum. Is this alliance actually at any risk of fading or just evolving under a completely different strategy?
I think there's a very distinct possibility of the Quad not only fading, but becoming extinct at some point. And this is pretty wild of me to say because in 2017, during the first Trump administration, the Quad quietly resumed after a nearly decade-long hiatus. They met at the foreign minister level. They eventually worked their way up to the summit level. It took place during the Biden administration. There were several different summits between the four members of the Quad. And then since Trump came back into office in January of last year, there have been no such meetings. There was supposed to be an India-hosted Quad in October or November of last year. It didn't happen. Now India is thinking about doing a foreign minister level meeting next month, and Secretary Rubio is apparently going to India in part for that reason. But it's a far cry from having a summit. In other words, a leadership level meeting of the Quad, and there is no end in sight to that. That trend changing, right? And Australia actually is supposed to serve as the rotating chair for the Quad Summit this year, and so they're already delayed, right? What does this mean in the aggregate? It means that the U.S. is no longer a reliable partner within the Quad. The Quad used to talk about like-minded democratic countries working together, whether directly or indirectly on China-related issues and lots of other issues, right? The U.S. doesn't really want to play that game anymore, and I think a lot of it is due to Trump not seeing real value in the organization and to him personally. He apparently did not want to go to India last year unless a free trade agreement was signed between the U.S. and India, and that Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi recognized that he should win the Nobel Peace Prize for helping to resolve the war, the 4-day war between India and Pakistan last year, right? So there's some personal and policy gripes here that I think are continuing to carry over into this year and possibly beyond.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we've spoken about Donald Trump and being part of alliances in the past. But Derek, I want to bring you some breaking news that we're getting. Politico is reporting that King Charles is actually going to meet the New York mayor, that's Mamdani, when he travels to the US to meet Donald Trump too. What do you make of this, King Charles meeting Mamdani?
Yeah, I just heard about this a few minutes ago, and it is very interesting. I will say that King Charles is going to Ground Zero to lay a wreath in memory of the victims of 9/11, right? And so as part of those types of ceremonies, the New York City mayor, whoever that person is, would typically be available and be present for it. So from that perspective, it's not that odd that King Charles and Mamdani might meet, whether it's just a handshake or maybe even a sideline meeting. But I think from a broader perspective, it'll be very interesting to see if Mamdani seizes the moment, as it were, to talk about the need for to empower the global South, which really was the primary victims of British colonialism and imperialism and British Empire for centuries, right? And so and he's talked about this before, empowering the people, right? Self-determination. In independence and sovereignty and nationalism in places where that was not allowed for centuries, right? And so King Charles, I think, is actually very amenable to listening to his points. His mother, the Queen, oversaw the systematic dismantling of the British Empire. And so there may actually be a kind of alignment of views there, although it'll be interesting to see if Mamdani actually wants to raise it in such a high-profile way, and the political criticism that will inevitably come as a result.
Derek Grossman, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
A reminder of our top stories. Hegseth warns Iran it has a chance to make a good and wise deal as Iranian state media confirms Iran's foreign minister will travel to Islamabad tonight. Israel and Hezbollah trade strikes hours after President Trump announces an extension to the Israel and Lebanon ceasefire. Thousands of people are forced to evacuate as wildfires spread across northeastern Japan. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once, to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, the Kingdom's Sovereign Wealth Fund unveils a new 5-year strategy bolstering focus on domestic investment. We'll be hearing from the PIF's governor, who gave Al Arabiya Business an exclusive interview. With the healthcare sector undergoing rapid transformation, we examine the growing role being played by the private sector here in Saudi Arabia. We'll be speaking to the CEO of Saudi German Health. As the Kingdom continues to expand its tourism offering, we turn our attention to the hospitality sector and speak to the luxury service apartment provider Cheval Collection about their growing footprint in Saudi Arabia. And as Saudi Arabia looks to the stars, we'll be telling you how the Kingdom's dark night skies are attracting visitors known as Astro-tourists. Diving straight into our top story, Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund has unveiled its new 5-year strategy, setting out the next phase of the Kingdom's economic transformation. Well, approved by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the 2026 to 2030 plan focuses on stronger domestic ecosystems, unlocking strategic assets and increasing private sector participation. Well, unveiling the strategy, the PIF governor, Yasser Al-Rumayyan, outlined how investments will be structured across 3 portfolios: vision, strategic and financial. And the portfolio is going to target 6 priority sectors, all aimed at driving economic growth and diversification. Well, this strategy comes in the context of a regional conflict, which has caused considerable disruption to energy infrastructure. Well, my Al Arabiya business colleague, Lara Habib, spoke to the PIF governor and asked him about the current context, as well as PIF spending priorities. Here are some excerpts from that interview.
Undoubtedly, the first question in light of the current security situation is your assessment of the implications of this war on the Saudi economy, as well as on the fund's strategy.
Naturally, the impact of the war is not limited to the Saudi economy or the fund's strategy alone, but extends to the global economy as a whole. Oil prices have increased, shipping and insurance costs increased, food prices have increased, as a significant portion of chemical fertilizers passes through Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. In addition, helium gas is facing difficulties reaching Taiwan, leading to delays in semiconductor chip manufacturing or increased costs. As for the fund, our strategy is long-term rather than short-term. It spans the next 5 years and represents a continuation and evolution of previous strategies since the fund's establishment in 1971, through the transformation phases in 2015 and 2017, followed by the 2021 to 2025 strategy, and now the current strategy for the period from 2026 to 2030.
Even before the war, discussions in Saudi Arabia were centered around spending priorities, particularly with major upcoming events such as the World Cup and Expo. Where do spending priorities stand in the kingdom today?
As mentioned, spending priorities fall under the Vision portfolio, which consists of 6 main sectors. The first ecosystem is travel, tourism, and entertainment. The second is urban development and urbanization, including projects such as Roshan, New Maraba, and Kaft. The third is advanced industries and innovation, including companies such as Lefra and Sear. The fourth sector is logistics services, including companies such as Ma'aden, Hadid, and Bari. The fifth is infrastructure for renewable and clean energy, as well as water. The sixth infrastructure is NEOM. If we return to the first sector, that's travel, tourism, and entertainment, we find that it includes a number of companies that have been integrated under one framework. For example, King Salman International Airport. With major events such as Expo and the World Cup approaching, passenger numbers are expected to rise significantly. Therefore, we must invest more in developing and expanding King Salman Airport to accommodate this demand. Similarly, Riyadh Air aims to increase the number of routes and connect Riyadh to destinations around the world. Investment in Expo and the construction of World Cup stadiums are also key priorities within this sector. It is also important to note that priorities have evolved alongside the strategy. During the 2021 to 2025 period, artificial intelligence was not as prominent as it is today. As a result, some priorities have been reshuffled and investment objectives repositioned, with greater focus on AI infrastructure and investments in AI companies, both domestically, such as Humane, and internationally across regions including the United States, Europe, and Asia. Accordingly, the repositioning of investments remains an ongoing process driven by emerging global priorities.
NEOM specifically, NEOM consists of several zones, and there has been a lot of talk about the cancellation of some projects within it.
So far, what is being circulated about the cancellation of projects in NEOM is not accurate. No projects have been canceled. However, the company has been directed to rearrange its priorities. There is a common perception that the line represents NEOM in its entirety, whereas in reality, it is just one of the projects under NEOM. Is it necessary for the line to be completed by 2030? I don't think so. It's good to have, but it's not a must-have. The must-have is the industrial zone Oxagon, which includes a port for commercial shipping and trade, multiple data centers, and hosts a number of local and foreign investors. Based on our strategy and the ecosystems we operate within, Oxagon is currently the most suitable focus for investment, while some other projects within NEOM may be deferred. As for deferrals, these are managed through directives given to our companies, including NEOM, within the framework of an integrated ecosystem under the Vision portfolio. The company itself evaluates these directives after receiving guidance from its board and the funds board, and we then await the company's plan on how to achieve all or part of the objectives in the most financially efficient way possible. Historically, most of the fund's projects, especially in mega projects, infrastructure, and real estate, were fully funded through equity from the fund. But is this the optimal approach? Certainly not. This aligns with our current strategy, which aims to achieve the same objectives or a significant portion of them with less capital. As an economic catalyst, we initially assumed the early-stage risks by developing the infrastructure. Once that phase is completed, it becomes much easier for the private sector, both locally and internationally, to step in and invest. For example, it would be extremely difficult for any private investor to initiate a project on the scale of NEOM or the Red Sea projects, given that their scope is comparable to entire countries, and in some cases even larger than certain European or Middle Eastern nations for a single company. Therefore, it is impossible for any private sector investor, whether local or international, to initiate. However, we initiated by putting infrastructure in place. And now, the Red Sea, most people, whether local or international, saw on the ground what offerings are in place, improved investor understanding, and consequently, increased interest. Today, we are seeing growing demand from both local and international investors to participate in these projects. I recently met with one of the largest American investment management firms, and they said, "We understand infrastructure, and we like it and want to invest in it." We have also observed that investors tend to invest in sectors they understand. As a concept, the Red Sea, or Roshan, are unprecedented in the entire world. As these projects evolve and become more concrete, investment decisions become much easier for them to make.
And that was the PIF governor, Yasir Al-Rumayyan, speaking to Lara Habib from Al Arabiya Business. And some fresh data on the economy for you. Saudi Arabia's annual inflation rate measured by the Consumer Price Index was up by 0.3% in March compared to February. That's rising to an annualized rate of 1.8%, while the wholesale price index also edged up slightly by 0.2% in the month of March. Now, Saudi Arabia's healthcare sector is undergoing rapid transformation driven by rising demand and increased capacity, and with private providers playing an increasingly central role in delivering care. Well, as the kingdom builds a more integrated healthcare system, investment in hospitals, talent and digital innovation is accelerating. Well, one healthcare provider with a strong presence in the kingdom and further afield in the MENA region is Saudi German Health, which has just been named by Time and Statista as one of the region's fastest growing publicly listed companies. Well, I am joined now by the CEO of Saudi German, Dr. Nizar Bahabri. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Dr. Bahabri.
Thank you.
Your appointment as CEO was formalised at the start of this year. Just to introduce you a little bit, you're Saudi born and raised. You're a consultant in internal medicine and infectious diseases, and you've got extensive experience in healthcare management. I just wondered if you could tell us, just to start off, a little bit about your journey.
I started my journey. I am Canadian and American board certified. So after I finished, I went back to King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center. I went to the government as any other Saudi. And then all of a sudden, 2013, I just had a chance to go into the private sector. I was like the first one who can go, like, just do the unusual and go full-time private hospital, full-time, and leave King Faisal. And this was a big jump, and this is when I started going into management of private healthcare. And it has started since 2013 until now, so now it's more than like around 13 years.
Okay. Obviously, we were talking earlier on in the programme about the PIF's 5-year strategy.
Yes.
And that was unveiled sometime earlier in the week. And I just wondered if you could tell us about your vision for Saudi German and where you see Saudi German Health in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years from now.
So we are going with the Vision 2030. We are more getting into the subspecialty, not the general, the subspecialty. We have been doing this aggressively since 2025, so a year ago when I was the medical. And now I am continuing, but with same pace or slower, because we had a very huge transformation into 2025. So we had more than 400 physicians, newly subspecialized, going across the group. We are the largest geographical distribution in the kingdom and even in the Arab world. So in the kingdom, we invested a lot in tests, instrument, equipment, IT, and manpower, which is the main driver for transformation. And this is what we are now continuing in the coming 3 years to go with the Vision 2030. In Vision 2030, everyone has to understand the kingdom is going like the whole international model. You do not want to treat the sick. You want to take care before he becomes sick. And this is how you can make a healthier community. This is why you are totally transforming the idea in private healthcare. Private healthcare, you want people, they are getting sick, you treat them, and you don't look at prevention big time. No, we are doing a huge prevention. We are having a very strong population health program with a highly certified people to look at the people before they get complication, before they get sick. So you can give the best care, you can decrease the complication and take care of your family. If you always, we say, we take care of our patient like our family before they get sick.
Okay, so Dr. Bahabri, you've explained there that it's all about putting out the fire before it starts.
Absolutely.
Tell us about your expansion plans. What are you aiming to do with Saudi-German health?
So you have to understand, we have a very big distribution around the kingdom. We have 9 hospitals. We are now transforming the medical care rather than expansion. We have a small expansion in Riyadh we started just a month ago, small clinics to be an easy accessibility. We are going to have one big tower to our original hospital in Al-Zahra in Jeddah. Will be like a couple of floors, very highly specialized, expansion of the same hospital. We have a couple of other small expansions, but nothing major, because we just opened a Subh, which we are just having a share on it, and we are managing it fully. And this is all if we want to take care of it, if we want to have the best care, we want to derive the medical care. Take it highly upskilled, highly complicated, highly specialized, rather than going into further building new buildings. This is what we are. Can you tell me, do we have another vision? I am looking, hopefully, by having more of distributing our services and knowledge to others, and to have something called Saudi-German Health Network, that I can provide healthcare to the doctors in distant areas about a difficult case. I can give them a second opinion. I can take care of a specialized test. I can do a lot of things to have a strong network around the kingdom, rather than doing acquisition or doing new buildings or doing this and that.
Okay, and one of the things we've been talking about is how the healthcare system here in Saudi Arabia has shifted from being specifically sort of government-led to one that is more insurance-supported. Yes. And I'm wondering what opportunities that represents.
There is a huge opportunity. I'll tell you. In private, whenever you want to go with Vision 2030, you have your high demand toward your population. If you are in the government and you are taking care of, like if you are a cluster, you have a certain population to take care of it. Prevention is not easy. Remember, treating the sick is something that you know. Prevention, you should, I will give you a small example. Very small example. You need to make sure that people do not have weak bones. They do not have osteoporosis. So you have to screen. If you screen and you do not have the manpower and the capability of doing the whole screen 1 year, you need the help of the private, right? Because working hours is different, the manpower, so you need the help. And this is, we believe, it's a huge opportunity for us to work together for the health of the community.
Okay, lots of opportunities, lots of challenges as well. And one of the challenges that I'm thinking of, especially with private healthcare, is you've got this delicate balance, haven't you, between providing top quality healthcare,
yes,
and managing your bottom line. How do you strike the balance?
I believe it's always being visual to take your decision on database. There is always a daily basis data that I take care of. I look at the cost, we look at the consumables, we look at our generation of money, we look at our staff, we look carefully for every single thing. Rather, I shifted the whole dimension in the organization from looking at only revenue in a daily basis to look at everything, including cost and manpower, in a daily basis. And we are getting a weekly report rather than a monthly report. We are reactive into a weekly basis rather than a quarter basis. So we are going into a faster pace rather than waiting for things to happen. Although we have a strategy, but we have to monitor it very closely, revenue and cost.
Okay. One of the things that I noticed looking online when I was doing my research, you've received a lot of praise because you decided to offer Saudi specialists positions at Saudi German, prioritizing local talent over imported talent. I wanted to ask you, what was the rationale behind that?
You go database, right? You are in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We've done good kind of research. And we looked at what do people trust. The trust is in Saudis. It's the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. If this is the trust, you know them, they should be your main asset. It's not to say that we are only going to do this thing about, but Saudis are being trusted by the community. And they are here. They are your manpower. We are not shifting only getting the people in consultant base. No, we even took trainees. We took people who want to become a consultant. Will be our own. We are generating Saudis who did not have any knowledge about healthcare. So they will become in 2 years our main managers of a floor, our main managers for coding. We will develop our own thing to have our own employees developed in our own organization.
And I want to ask you about the profile of your patients. Obviously, you're catering primarily, I'd assume, to a Saudi audience, Saudi patients. Are you getting much medical tourism? Is that something that you would like to perhaps see grow?
Yes, I believe it's a great chance. We are dealing with tourism, still in baby steps, but we have good plans for it because we are already used to it. You know, we are the only group that have 2 big hospitals in the 2 holy mosques, Mecca and Medina. We are the only one. And we are long-standing in both cities. So now we are already used to tourism. We are already used to this. Last year, we took care of some of the largest hospital in Mina as operational for MOH. And we took care of more than, like a lot of groups who came to Hajj, more than 400,000 of the Hajj. We were taking care of them in their areas of living. So this gave us a huge experience in it. And now we are looking into expanding our tourism because we can still get people who can do their knee replacement in Hail and see Hail, how does it look like. And inshallah, we are working on that. South, we have Abha. And this is a great opportunity for us to have people who want to have medical tourism and to enjoy a different kind of weather. So because we are distributed, we have a new initiated arm for international tourism. Yes, baby steps, but we are looking forward for it.
It used to be the case, didn't it? That a lot of Saudi patients went abroad for treatment. Absolutely. And you saw large numbers of people who went to London or to Switzerland to get their medical care. And now it seems like perhaps people from the UK and Switzerland will be coming to Saudi Arabia.
For sure. I can tell you, I can assure you, you can have a knee replacement much, much faster in Saudi to be done rather than to be done in so many European countries. So many. I will tell you, we are much faster. We have the capability to be done. People can wait in different countries for a couple of months. In us, maybe they can get it in 2 weeks.
Okay, just lastly, I know you've got a presence outside of Saudi Arabia. You've got facilities right across the region. I'd just like to ask you where you're seeing the most opportunities as far as untapped markets are concerned.
We are now working hard in Morocco. And we are going to be present in Morocco and hopefully in less than 2 years. We are also in Pakistan. A huge market, huge demand. People admire the name of Saudi in there. So we are going to have also presence in Pakistan. And I believe it's the vision of the founder, Engineer Subhi Batarji, to be around the world. And also Dr. Makarim Batarji, he is also following the steps of his father. He wants to be present, giving help in health in anywhere in the Islamic world.
Okay, well, unfortunately, that is all we have time for, but it's been a real pleasure talking to you. Dr. Nizar Bahabri, the CEO of Saudi German Health. I hope you'll come back and see us again soon.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, in line with Vision 2030, the Kingdom is continuing to develop new destinations and expand its tourism offering. Well, in this context, the Saudi hospitality sector is attracting strong interest and investment from global operators who are keen to deepen their presence in the Kingdom. Well, one such operator expanding its footprint here is the luxury serviced apartment operator Cheval Collection, which provides high-end home-style accommodation for short and long stays. Well, I'm joined now by the Chief Commercial Officer at Cheval Collection, Nick Pilbeam, who joins us from London. Nick, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you for having me on the show.
Can I just start by asking you to tell our viewers a little bit about Cheval Collection?
Of course, Cheval Collection has been around for over 40 years now and is purely focused on luxury service apartment accommodation with 9 properties trading at the moment in London. We have 2 operating in the Middle East at the moment in the UAE, based in Dubai. And we're delighted to have recently announced that we'll be entering the Saudi Arabian market with our first property opening, Cheval Ladun Living, opening in Riyadh in 2027. Followed by in 2028, our second property in Riyadh confirmed, Cheval Maison Suleymaniya, opening just the year after. And I'm sure that's not going to be the last. We're delighted to be in the Saudi Arabian market. We're delighted to be part of Vision 2030. We feel we're a really good fit. And of course, we get lots of Saudi nationals coming to visit us at our properties already. So we've had a fantastically positive response to the news about entering the Saudi Arabian market.
Well, that all sounds extremely positive. And, you know, the name of your first property in the kingdom, Cheval Ladun Living, reveals the name Ladun, with whom you have a partnership, the Saudi-based company, Ladun Investment Company. Just tell us about how that partnership works.
Well, we're in partnership to build and operate the property together. And in fact, it's a great testament to the partnership that we have with Ladun that even before we've opened our first property together, we've actually signed with Ladun once again for our second properties in Suleymaniya in Riyadh. It's a real testament to the quality and the strength of that relationship that we've gone from 1 to 2 even before we've started opening the first one.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about property number 2. So this is Cheval Maison Suleymaniya, which is going to open in 2028, you've been telling us. What's the attraction to that particular area of Riyadh, would you say?
Our properties are very unique. Each property is totally different, which actually is one of the reasons that sets us apart, particularly in the luxury end of the market. And we attract a very diverse segmentation around the world. We attract diverse guests from over 150 countries. So actually, Cheval Ladun Living, our first property, is a beautiful glass tower with a range of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments, beautiful swimming pool, F&B facilities, leisure facilities such as a gym. So, and that's very closely located to the King Abdullah Financial District. So that's quite a particular property that will attract a particular set of guests. What attracts us to Suleymaniya is actually that's going to be a very low rise, whitewash sort of feeling with some palm trees and some exterior space, also studios, 1 and 2 bedrooms, some F&B outlet options, but very, very different to the big glass tower because some of our guests like a quieter district. They like to be a little bit away from, with close accessibility to popular areas, but just a little bit set back from that with more of a residential feel, more attracting the sort of the long stay luxury guest. So that's why we were attracted to, we were delighted to be building in Suleymaniya, but also we give our guests choice between those 2 quite different properties. Okay,
I mean, there's lots on the market, isn't there? There's lots of options for long-term living in Saudi Arabia and in the other markets where you operate. What sets Cheval apart, would you say?
Cheval, actually, the feedback we've had is Cheval is very unique because we are hospitality-led long-term living. We're not rentals, we're not residential. We are service long-term accommodation at the luxury end. So actually, Cheval is very unique in that space. And I would say that would be true in terms of renting apartments, renting properties around the world with our offering. But also, we are now entering the branded residences space where you can have the opportunity to buy a Cheval apartment and then live in that over the long term and benefit from all of our services, from our loyalty program, Cheval Discovery, but also then to give that back to us to rent out, to generate some incremental revenue. So being in the long stay luxury living for so long, over 40 years, we feel it's a really natural extension to our offering. And actually, we're at quite advanced negotiation on further properties that we've yet to announce in Saudi Arabia as well.
Okay, I mean, you're sort of describing what I'm imagining there is a sort of a bit of a lifestyle choice as well as a place to live with the hospitality dimension that you've been talking about. So that being the case, who's your sort of target customer? Do you have someone in mind when you're sort of creating that service proposition?
We look at the markets carefully where we open about who we're going to service, what segments are going to come and stay. And I think particularly for Saudi Arabia, we already get a lot of Saudi Arabian nationals staying at our properties in the Middle East, in Dubai and in London. So we're a well-known brand domestically. We are expecting a lot of domestic business in Saudi Arabia because we are quite unique in the market. So we expect to be very popular and we're already getting a lot of inquiries, to be honest, even before opening. But also, from an international perspective, we attract corporate guests, we attract leisure guests, we attract diplomatic, business, medical stays, entertainment. You know, when companies are shooting a film and the A-listers need somewhere that's that top luxury space to stay. So we attract a very diverse audience, and we expect to do the same in Saudi Arabia, both attracting international travelers, which supports Vision 2030, but also supporting a dynamic domestic market.
Okay, and just lastly, can you give us any clues as to what's in the pipeline for Cheval, especially here in Saudi Arabia? You've mentioned those two properties. Anything else on the horizon?
Well, I mean, Riyadh is a huge city and very diverse in terms of the different demand audiences in the different parts of the city. So we are looking at other opportunities in Riyadh, but we're also looking at opportunities in Jeddah, in Medina, and of course in Makkah as well. So we are very focused and attracted by the opportunities provided by Saudi Arabia. We've had such a positive response from the market, both with existing partners such as Ladun, but also with other investors and other owners. So those are the destinations we're looking at, and we hope to have some news for you soon for our subsequent properties.
Okay, I said that was the last question, but it wasn't. I wanted to ask you as well, very briefly, what impact have you been seeing on your bottom line from the current geopolitical turmoil particularly in this part of the world?
Our model is actually very resilient in these sorts of situations. We had it in COVID as well, because it's a long stay proposition. You know, our guests live with us. Some stay on a short-term basis, but at this stage of the game, our guests live with us. They're not going anywhere. So actually, our trading and our occupancies have held up very well with cash positive. So despite the current situation, long stay, particularly with hospitality-led service departments, is trading much better than the rest of the market.
Okay, well, that really was the last question. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Nick Pilbeam, the Chief Commercial Officer at Cheval Collection.
Thank you very much.
And finally, last week was International Dark Sky Week. Now, that is a global campaign highlighting light pollution. Well, the campaign has spotlighted Saudi Arabia's growing role in astro-tourism, where the night sky is the main attraction. Well, some of the clearest skies on Earth can be seen from Alula, and that's helping to position the kingdom as a leading destination for stargazing. Well, last year, Saudi Arabia welcomed 122 million visitors, moving closer to its Vision 2030 target of 150 million. With astro-tourism, perhaps, well, that's a new expression for me, astro-tourism, perhaps giving the numbers of tourists a little bit of a boost. Well, that is all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for this interview. Undoubtedly, the first question in light of the current security situation is your assessment of the implications of this war on the Saudi economy, as well as on the fund's strategy.
Naturally, the impact of the war is not limited to the Saudi economy or the fund's strategy alone, but extends to the global economy as a whole. Oil prices have increased, shipping and insurance costs increased, food prices have increased, as a significant portion of chemical fertilizers passes through Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. In addition, helium gas is facing difficulties reaching Taiwan, leading to delays in semiconductor chip manufacturing or increased costs. As for the fund, our strategy is long-term rather than short-term. It spans the next 5 years and represents a continuation and evolution of previous strategies since the fund's establishment in 1971, through the transformation phases in 2015 and 2017, followed by the 2021 to 2025 strategy, and now the current strategy for the period from 2026 to 2030.
We will return to the fund's new strategy or its next phase shortly. But specifically regarding the war, Your Excellency, were there any initial commitments to external deals that are now being reconsidered due to the impact of the war?
Some deals and investments are being reviewed, whether due to the war or for reasons related to economic feasibility. We continuously reassess our priorities and existing investments. I cannot say that we cancel a specific investment in favor of another, as this process is inherently dynamic, both in times of war and under normal circumstances. However, it is certain that the presence of war places greater pressure on the need to reposition certain priorities.
And where do the priorities lie?
Priorities are naturally defined based on national needs and aligned with the requirements of the national economy, which constitutes a key priority for us. We do not operate solely as financial investors. Rather, our role extends beyond that. Since the fund's establishment, the objective has not been limited to generating financial returns. While returns are an important part of the fund's goals, they are not the only objective.
Financial returns and developmental objectives for the fund. Based on that, how do you measure performance? And what KPIs do you rely on to assess what has been achieved for the Saudi economy?
KPIs are significant in light of what has been achieved. To answer this question, it is important to review the fund's stages of development since its establishment in 1971. In its early years, the fund focused on developing the local economy, particularly in the financial sector, the petrochemical sector, and infrastructure projects such as railways, playing a clear role in driving development. In 2015, a major transformation took place. Developmental goals were no longer the sole objective, but became part of a broader framework that also includes economic feasibility. Limiting objectives to development alone would mean overlooking the economic viability of projects. In 2015, following the transfer of the fund from the Ministry of Finance to the oversight of the Council of Economic and Development Affairs, work began on redefining its strategy for the 2018 to 2020 period as part of this transformation phase. During this transformation period, we established several companies and major projects. Among the largest globally were launched, including NEOM, the Red Sea Project, and Qiddiya. The fund also strengthened its partnerships locally and internationally, contributed to the creation of significant job opportunities, and enhanced collaboration with the private sector. At the start of 2021, the fund entered the third phase of its strategic development for the 2021 to 2025 period, marking a stage of expansion and growth while building on the achievements of previous phases. Several national companies were launched, including Roshen, Humine, and Savvy, while existing companies such as ACWA Power, Bari, and Ma'aden were further enabled and developed, with the fund playing a key role in expanding their operations and strengthening their impact. The current strategy, covering the period from 2026 to 2030, builds on this trajectory and focuses on transforming 13 strategic sectors into 6 integrated economic ecosystems.
On what basis were these ecosystems selected?
To answer this question logically, it is important to explain how the fund's investment structure has evolved. In the early phase of its strategy, the approach was based on a geographic allocation of investment objectives. The fund had 6 investment portfolios, 2 dedicated to international investments, 2 to domestic investments, and 2 to local real estate investments, including a dedicated portfolio for mega projects. We have now moved to implementing 3 main portfolios: the Vision Portfolio, the Strategic Investment Portfolio, and the Financial Investment Portfolio. Each of these portfolios has distinct investment objectives, although all are ultimately aimed at delivering strong financial returns. The Vision Portfolio focuses on enhancing integration across priority strategic sectors for the Saudi economy and the Public Investment Fund. It also aims to maximize value for the fund's companies and support local economic growth through the development of integrated economic ecosystems, numbering around 6. The second portfolio, which is the Strategic Investment Portfolio, focuses on managing and maximizing returns from strategic assets, while also increasing the economic impact of the fund's companies. The third portfolio, the Financial Investment Portfolio, is primarily focused on generating financial returns, both domestically and internationally.
Since the transformation, The fund has achieved average returns of around 7%. Are you now targeting higher returns than that?
Overall, yes. Let me provide a historical overview of the fund's achievements. The fund's AUM, or Assets Under Management, has grown from approximately 500 billion Saudi riyal in 2015 to more than 3 trillion riyal. Total shareholder returns have averaged around 7% annually. Approximately 750 billion Saudi riyals have been invested domestically, contributing an estimated 910 billion riyal to the GDP. Most importantly, local content has reached around 590 billion Saudi riyal. These indicators contribute to enhancing what is known as economic complexity, as the focus is not solely on GDP growth, but also on the diversification and sophistication of the economy, with local content being a key pillar of this concept. In addition, a number of global asset managers and investment funds have established regional headquarters within the kingdom. Also, from 2021 to 2025, foreign investments exceeding 75 billion riyals were brought into the Saudi market, with support from the fund.
Is foreign investor appetite today affected by the war?
Certainly, investor appetite is affected across the board, not just among foreign investors. Even European investors within Europe see shifts in sentiment, as do investors in Asia, whether in China, South Korea, Japan, or Indonesia. Everyone is impacted. That is because the war is not taking place in a remote region, but in one of the world's most critical areas for supplying essential commodities, including oil, gas, and their derivatives, as well as industrial fertilizers. As a result, it is only natural that the situation is having a clear impact.
Your Excellency, does the new strategy include any changes in the scale of investments to be deployed domestically compared to other investments?
In fact, this approach has been in place from the outset and is something we continue to build on. It has been reflected in the restructuring of investment portfolios into 3 main categories: the Vision portfolio, the Strategic Investments portfolio, and the Financial Investments portfolio. Our primary focus remains on the Saudi economy by strengthening local investments in a way that delivers strong financial and commercial returns.
Is there a target ratio for the allocation of domestic investments?
From the outset, we announced that approximately 80% of investments would be domestic, compared to 20% allocated to international investments. Historically, the fund's focus on domestic investment was around 98.5%, before international investments increased to approximately 30%. However, this does not mean reducing the absolute value of investments. Amounts may continue to increase, even if the percentage declines, as assets under management is expected to grow in the coming years. Therefore, even with a lower percentage, the total value of investments can still rise.
Your Excellency, over the past 5 or 6 years, we have seen some significant exits from the local market, particularly in the stock market, most notably the full exit from Sabek, as well as a reduction in your stake in STC. Could we see similar exits going forward?
Certainly.
This year?
I can't say whether it's this or the next, but in general, our investments go through around 7 stages, starting with the initial investment concept, followed by preliminary and detailed feasibility studies, then execution of the deal or project, company establishment, performance monitoring, and finally the 7th and most important stage, the sale. These stages are structured this way because exit or sale is a fundamental part of the investment cycle. No investor holds a single investment indefinitely. For example, we saw that Sabek had reached a suitable stage for us to exit, and that its transition to Aramco would create greater synergies between the two. As a result, we recycled the proceeds from that exit into new investments. Similarly, in telecoms companies or others, we reduce our stakes and redirect those investments into new or existing companies, with the aim of expanding our investment scope and maximizing returns.
Your Excellency, even before the war, discussions in Saudi Arabia were centered around spending priorities, particularly with major upcoming events such as the World Cup and Expo. Where do spending priorities stand in the kingdom today?
As mentioned, spending priorities fall under the Vision portfolio, which consists of 6 main sectors. The first ecosystem is travel, tourism, and entertainment, The second is urban development and urbanization, including projects such as Roshan, New Maraba, and Kaft. The third is advanced industries and innovation, including companies such as Lefra and Sear. The fourth sector is logistics services, including companies such as Ma'aden, Hadid, and Bari. The fifth is infrastructure for renewable and clean energy, as well as water. The sixth infrastructure is NEOM. If we return to the first sector, that's travel, tourism, and entertainment, we find that it includes a number of companies that have been integrated under one framework. For example, King Salman International Airport. With major events such as Expo and the World Cup approaching, passenger numbers are expected to rise significantly. Therefore, we must invest more in developing and expanding King Salman Airport to accommodate this demand. Similarly, Riyadh Air aims to increase the number of routes and connect Riyadh to destinations around the world. Investment in Expo and the construction of World Cup stadiums are also key priorities within this sector. It is also important to note that priorities have evolved alongside the strategy. During the 2021 to 2025 period, artificial intelligence was not as prominent as it is today. As a result, some priorities have been reshuffled and investment objectives repositioned, with greater focus on AI infrastructure and investments in AI companies, both domestically, such as Humane, and internationally across regions including the United States, Europe, and Asia. Accordingly, the repositioning of investments remains an ongoing process, driven by emerging global priorities.
So, artificial intelligence is a priority today. Could defense also be a priority?
Defense is certainly one of our key priorities. It has been important in the past, but it carries even greater significance today. We have SAMI, a company specialized in defense industries. It falls under the third sector, which is advanced industries and innovation. This ecosystem also includes companies such as Humane, Tazaru, Sear, Sami, and Lefera in the healthcare sector.
Your Excellency, we have heard a lot about the reassessment of some major projects, or even the cancellation of some. Are these reports accurate?
This reinforces what we consistently emphasize. We continuously review our priorities. We rely on top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down approach is driven by the Public Investment Funds Board, where strategic directions and priorities are defined. The bottom-up approach, on the other hand, originates from the companies and projects themselves, with recommendations based on operational and investment realities. Accordingly, guidance is provided to our portfolio companies, and projects are reassessed in terms of their financing structure, whether they are fully funded through equity, through debt and loans, or by bringing in partners through joint ventures. As a result, there is always an ongoing review of how investments are directed. While the overall scale of a project may not necessarily decrease, but the level of capital investment from our side may be reduced.
For example, NEOM specifically. NEOM consists of several zones, and there has been a lot of talk about the cancellation of some projects within it.
So far, what is being circulated about the cancellation of projects in NEOM is not accurate. No projects have been canceled. However, the company has been directed to rearrange its priorities. There is a common perception that the line represents NEOM in its entirety, whereas in reality, it is just one of the projects under NEOM. Is it necessary for the line to be completed by 2030? I don't think so. It's good to have, but it's not a must-have. The must-have is the industrial zone Oxagon, which includes a port for commercial shipping and trade, multiple data centers, and hosts a number of local and foreign investors. Based on our strategy and the ecosystems we operate within, Oxagon is currently the most suitable focus for investment, while some other projects within NEOM may be deferred. As for deferrals, these are managed through directives given to our companies, including NEOM, within the framework of an integrated ecosystem under the Vision portfolio. The company itself evaluates these directives after receiving guidance from its board and the funds board, and we then await the company's plan on how to achieve all or part of the objectives in the most financially efficient way possible. Historically, most of the fund's projects, especially in mega projects, infrastructure, and real estate, were fully funded through equity from the fund. But is this the optimal approach? Certainly not. This aligns with our current strategy, which aims to achieve the same objectives or a significant portion of them with less capital. As an economic catalyst, we initially assumed the early-stage risks by developing the infrastructure. Once that phase is completed, it becomes much easier for the private sector, both locally and internationally, to step in and invest. For example, it would be extremely difficult for any private investor to initiate a project on the scale of NEOM or the Red Sea projects, given that their scope is comparable to entire countries, and in some cases even larger than certain European or Middle Eastern nations for a single company. Therefore, it is impossible for any private sector investor, whether local or international, to initiate. However, we initiated by putting infrastructure in place. And now, the Red Sea, most people, whether local or international, saw on the ground what offerings are in place, improved investor understanding, and consequently, increased interest. Today, we are seeing growing demand from both local and international investors to participate in these projects. I recently met with one of the largest American investment management firms, and they said, "We understand infrastructure, and we like it and want to invest in it." We have also observed that investors tend to invest in sectors they understand. As a concept, the Red Sea, or Roshan, are unprecedented in the entire world. As these projects evolve and become more concrete, investment decisions become much easier for them to make.
Your Excellency, let us move to the final topic in this interview, one that concerns a wide segment of viewers and has recently sparked debate: the sports sector. Specifically, the fund's investments in major football clubs, where questions have been raised about a lack of parity and fairness in spending among these clubs. How do you respond to that?
I don't think this is true. When comparing clubs within the kingdom to their counterparts in Europe, we see that systems such as financial fair play are implemented there. In Saudi Arabia, we aim to adopt similar frameworks once we reach a comparable level, in coordination with the relevant regulatory bodies, such as the Ministry of Sport and the Football Federation. In general, club revenues are derived from ticket sales, broadcasting rights, merchandise, and sponsorships. In Saudi Arabia, this is further supplemented by support from board members, as well as contributions from fans, which often come in the form of donations or financial backing. Naturally, clubs differ in the scale of these resources. Some receive greater support from their fan base or board members than others, which directly impacts their spending capacity. As for the fund, it invests in club companies at relatively similar levels. However, we cannot control donations or external contributions that fall outside its investment framework, whether from honorary members or fans.
However, the primary objective for these clubs remains their privatization and eventual sale. Are there serious negotiations underway in this regard?
Yes, there are ongoing negotiations, and we expect, God willing, to announce within the next 2 days the sale of our stake in one of the clubs.
Can we know the name of the club?
You will find out within the next 2 days, God willing.
And are there other deals that could be completed this year?
As mentioned earlier, our investments go through several stages, with the 7th being exit or divestment. We entered the club sector with the objective of improving governance, which was previously quite weak but has now significantly improved. We have also worked on enhancing financial sustainability and increasing club revenues, particularly on match days, where revenues have risen by approximately 120%, more than double. We are gradually moving toward the privatization of these clubs. While we may retain certain stakes, we will not remain the majority owner.
Your Excellency Governor Yasser Al-Rumayyan, thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. Donald Trump has reverted back to his tried and tested playbook, talking tough on the eve of crucial talks. But will it work this time? The region is holding its breath ahead of a second round of US-Iran ceasefire negotiations. As we enter week 8 of the war, we'll debate the latest. Stay with us. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. No more more Mr. Nice Guy. Donald Trump has reverted back to his tried and tested playbook, talking tough on the eve of crucial talks. But will it work this time? The region is holding its breath ahead of a second round of US-Iran ceasefire negotiations. As we enter week 8 of the war, we'll debate the latest on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Big threats, bold statements and preemptive declarations of victory. President Trump's negotiating style may be unorthodox, but it has reaped rewards for the bombastic US leader. As the current ceasefire deadline fast approaches, the president was back at it. On social media, he wrote, "The United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy," he wrote. "They'll come down fast, they'll come down easy." That was his social media post. Over in the Oval Office, he had this to say.
They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no leaders, they have no nothing. Actually, their leaders are, it is regime change. You call that enforced regime change.
If that is indeed the case, then the question remains, why hasn't US military success translated into unequivocal victory over Iran? Tehran says the US is approaching the talks in bad faith and accuses the White House of not being serious about diplomacy. Trust between the two sides could hardly be lower. The US continues to blockade Iranian ports and Iran continues to block the Strait of Hormuz, each side blaming the other for bringing the ceasefire to breaking point. So where to from here? Coming up on the show, we'll ask, is the US preparing a return to war or will diplomacy prevail? How is the region adapting to the challenges posed by this conflict? And why hasn't there been a civilian uprising in Iran as the US and Israel anticipated? Joining us for this discussion is Mansour Ahmed Khan, former ambassador of Pakistan to Afghanistan, Austria, the Slovak Republic and the IAEA. He's now head at BCPR, a Pakistan-based strategic think tank. Ryan Morrow is joining us, counter-terrorism expert and president of the Morrow Institute. And rounding out this panel is Patrick Henningsen, a geopolitical analyst and executive editor at the news website 21st Century Wire. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being here with us. Well, 4 to 6 weeks. That was President Trump's prediction for how long it would take for the US to destabilize the Iranian leadership, take out its military, particularly those ballistic missile capabilities, and shatter Iran's nuclear ambitions. Well, we're into week 8 now, and fast approaching the end of the current deadline. To call the situation tense would be an understatement. But the Trump administration remains confident. Before we launch into the questions, I want you to take a listen to the US Energy Secretary, Chris Wright. Here's what he had to say over the weekend.
The president's using every way he can to get leverage over the regime to bring this conflict to an end. He's a creative negotiator. He uses pressure in different ways. He uses uncertainty in different ways. And I think, as you've seen over the last 16 months, it generally leads to good results. I don't think we'll see any surprises here. I think we'll have a nice end to this conflict.
Ryan, will we see a nice end to this conflict, or should the region be preparing for another surprise US attack, perhaps?
I would gamble heavily on the side of it not being a nice outcome. In fact, I think that'll probably become very clear in the next day or two. Now, the bigger question is, will we get to some type of settlement between the U.S., the Arab world, and the Iranian regime, and, of course, Israel and the other players involved? And I would say, well, we kind of have to. It's possible that the Iranian regime falls, but that's possible and been possible for a very long time. We've seen regimes that suddenly collapse. So the elements exist. But I wouldn't count on that being imminent or us having the intelligence to even know if it was imminent. And so I think the most likely outcome is probably more of a long-term ceasefire that occasionally is broken by one side blaming the other, but with the objective of being that the Iranian regime is weak enough that progress for the Abraham Accords, for example, can go forward, that peace can go forward. Hopefully the situation for the Iranian people is improved, but that as the Iranian regime acts up, then the U.S., Israel, and the Arab states even do have the option to neutralize threats on Iranian soil at will. That would seem to be a perhaps unstated but likely objective.
Mm-hmm. Ambassador, what do you think? Is Iran in the weaker position here, and will they accept a nice end, or do you think there's no such thing in these negotiations?
First of all, I think this war and all the wars are basically unnecessary wars, because if objectives have to be achieved, they can be achieved in a better way through diplomacy. But, you know, it never happens, and wars happen, and then wars have to be brought to an end through diplomacy. There is never a nicer end to the war, because they bring a lot of destruction, lot of humanitarian catastrophes we have seen in this war also. And now after, you know, almost 40 days since the war started on 28th of February, we are looking at diplomacy. Pakistan has been playing this role. Other countries have also been playing this role. Issues are very complex. Issues between United States and Iran, they are not just they have not been developed just during this war, but they are 47 years or even more old. And now, you know, we are at a stage where we are looking at some opportunity to reach a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire. Now, it depends whether we can go towards a comprehensive peace agreement. If suppose the parties agree on difficult issues like nuclear issue and Strait of Hormuz, and if there is, although their statements are not indicating until now, but if they reach some kind of understanding for developing a comprehensive agreement in next few weeks, and they develop a comprehensive agreement, then there can be a qualitative change in U.S. and Iran relations. But, you know, it is very difficult to have this kind of optimism at this moment. So it is quite possible, as my previous speaker has also said, that there are complex issues, and it is quite possible that we see continuation of the conflict, if not in this form, maybe in Israel-Lebanon front or in some other parts. So it's a complex, and I think it will linger on for some time.
Before I bring you in, Patrick, I just want to ask you, Ambassador, to elaborate as well on this idea of a surprise US attack. We've seen so many times in the lead up to negotiations a major strike on behalf of the US. Should this region be preparing for a return to war before these talks even begin?
I hope not. I hope not, because I think, yes, we have seen it in the past. We have seen it last year. We have seen it this year when Oman was undertaking negotiations. But a lot of groundwork and preparatory work has gone in. And we are at a stage where we have already seen this war for, as you said, 6 to 8 weeks. So I think there is a desire. I see a desire in Iran. I see a desire in the United States in Washington. I see a desire in the region in the Arab world. I see a desire in Pakistan and other countries which are being affected. And I see a desire internationally in terms of international peace and security and international economy that this war should end. So I think I hope, for Pakistan also, I hope that since Pakistan is playing that critical role, it should not turn out into, you know, some kind of outcome where you know, when the peace agreement is being negotiated or when peace negotiations are taking place and there is some kind of surprise element, as you have mentioned. So I hope optimism in Pakistan, there is a lot of optimism at the moment in Pakistan, in the region also, and everyone is hoping that everyone wants to bring this war to an end. So I think this war should end, but I don't know how we will reach or we will make progress towards a comprehensive agreement, because the issues have been really complex.
Indeed, indeed. There seems to be still so much between them. Patrick, I could see you nodding your head at the beginning of the ambassador's comments there. Do you think there is the chance of a return to war before the ceasefire even begins? And what about this notion of optimism that the ambassador was talking about? Is there desire from Iran and the US to permanently end this?
I think we have to be optimistic for the benefit and welfare of the region and the world.
Is it realistic optimism, though?
But we have to be skeptical. And, you know, as an analyst, you have to look at the pattern behavior. And the United States and Israel have a pattern of behavior of using high-level negotiations as cover for sneak attacks. So the idea of this talking point in Washington that Iran needs to show good faith, well, that's just kind of ridiculous, almost farcical, considering the United States and Israel have never shown good faith in any negotiations. Not only that, it doesn't look like they have the capability, the U.S., because the constant flip-flopping or moving the goalposts during negotiations. When they're in Islamabad, the U.S. tried to make a run with 2 U.S. destroyers through the Straits of Hormuz to create some kind of a provocation that would have upended those negotiations, which ended anyway after 21 hours. But so it doesn't look like the U.S. is agreement capable. And if you look at the flashpoints in Iran, in Gaza, in Russia, Ukraine, the Trump administration has failed miserably. It's been a disaster in terms of negotiations on all fronts. So it doesn't look like they have the personnel, that they have the discipline to reach an interim accord, which would lead to a treaty, which would mean an end to hostilities. That's what everybody needs. That's what everybody wants. But it doesn't look like they're going to do that because there's no good exit options for Donald Trump. If he can't admit defeat, that's politically impossible for this administration. And in terms of leaving Israel to fend for itself in the region, that's not going to happen either because of pressure from the Israeli lobby in the U.S. So you have 2 options. One is escalation by the U.S. and Israel, which looks like the more likely scenario. The other is neither of the above, which means for the U.S. to sort of declare a Pyrrhic victory and make a PR type of victory and then back off, but leave the door open for future attacks over the duration of this administration for the next 2 years. So in my view, it's going to be one of those 2 things.
Man, I'm sorry, there's just no nuance there. I mean, right before the 12-day war began, you had the IAEA declaring Iran in non-compliance because they were refusing to cooperate and being deceptive about their nuclear program. I mean, that was just reflexively taking the side of West adversaries.
That's a lie.
No, Patrick, hold on one second.
You're lying.
Because you have a history
both U.S. intelligence assessments, 2 successive
by the U.S. and
U.S.
European
intelligence assessments have said Iran is not
the Russian
pursuing a nuclear
and
weapon.
are pro-Iran.
You're just pushing propaganda.
When you're associated with RT,
just pushing.
Okay. All right,
if you're
one at a time. One at a time.
On X.
Ryan, you respond, and then Patrick, I'm going to let you have a retaliation.
That's a propagandist.
Ryan, you're making a fool out of yourself on global television. Well done.
No, but if I can intervene just
likewise, you tout Alexander Dugin on X, so you're making a fool out of yourself on global social media. I mean,
I don't quote Alexander Dugin. You're lying.
In America,
look,
and you're embracing
who are you?
Foreign hostile governments.
Who are you, Ryan? Who are you working for, Ryan? Because I don't quote Alexander
Myself,
Dugin.
I'm self-employed.
What are you talking about?
Have you gotten money from RT?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
You got an official page on their website.
What is
okay,
this?
all right.
I have to ask the host. What are you doing?
We're going to. We won't go into some individual personal attacks.
Is this a hijacking?
This is absolutely
not.
Let's bring in the ambassador to weigh in on the discussion.
Who is Ryan? Who is this person? Who is this person? Who do they work for?
Yeah, no, let's not get into personal. I think what I would like to intervene here is that when the 2 points which you were discussing about Iran's compliance on nuclear issues or the Strait of Hormuz issue, I think what will be the logic or rationale for the US at this moment to continue the war when there are very good chances of getting a very good deal on nuclear issues because all the indications are that Iran was ready to offer a deal on nuclear issues in Oman, and now Iran is maybe ready to give even better nuclear deal for the sake of peace in, a peace agreement with the United States and for peace and stability in the region, and also Strait of Hormuz. If there is an agreement between US and Iran at this stage, it can lead to better operationality and functionality of the Strait of Hormuz. So I think let's not. I think just try to see what United States or any other country. The case of Israel is different. Israel may have different objectives, but if you look from the perspective of major global or regional countries, I think they want this war to end right now. And whether it is a sustainable end or whether it is a very short-term end, it is only time will tell. But I think countries want to end this war.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, do you think the US wants to end this war? And President Trump often, on the eve of these sorts of talks, will up the ante. He said that he will flatten Iran's civilian infrastructure. And that sort of bombastic talk has worked in the past. It's got him to where he wants to be in negotiations. Will it work this time around? It doesn't seem like Iran is intimidated by the president like they have perhaps been in the past.
Well, I would suspect that they're intimidated, but if you follow an ideology like the Iranian regime does, that would view death as martyrdom, and you kind of have this end times apocalyptic worldview of things, then that's going to have limited effect. I'm not a fan of rhetoric like that. I do understand the argument saying that in the Middle East, that type of rhetoric is just flying around all the time. So it's not the same thing as in a domestic American context. It's a little bit more normal over there. But I'm still not a fan of it. I understand that you need to be tough, and the U.S. does have a military advantage. It makes sense to utilize that in order to try to get Iran to cave to their, I think, very reasonable demands on the part of the U.S. And the Western world. But I would agree that the rhetoric doesn't have to go into, destroying an entire country.
Mm. Patrick, do you think this kind of negotiating strategy adopted by the president is going to be proven effective this time around? Or do you think that the level of deterrence from these sorts of threats is starting to wear thin because it doesn't materialize?
Well, before I answer that question, your other guest, Ryan, accused me of being paid by RT. I have my own media outlet, 21st Century Wire. It's been running since 2009, which is longer than Ryan's been doing propaganda for the U.S. and Israeli government. But I don't get paid by RT. So that's just libel.
In the past.
Okay, all right. Yes. Thank you for clarifying that.
That's just libel.
In the past,
it's libel, and you're doing that. And you're doing that on global TV, Ryan. So you've shown everybody what you're about, who you are. Okay. Yep. Now to answer the question. Now to answer the host question. There are no negotiation tactics by the Trump administration. They're going to net any sort of sustainable political settlement. And what you have is just constant flip-flopping, constant changing, withdrawing, and then coming back again with a different position, doing things in midstream. As we saw from Islamabad, the team they sent, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, effectively two Israeli assets or glorified Israeli emissaries who have no track record of any success in any of these failed negotiations, and J.D. Vance, who we now know was on the phone to Donald Trump over a dozen times, as well as Benjamin Netanyahu. So that's the vice president of the United States, who has zero decision-making capability, zero agency, who's really just there as window dressing to make the negotiations look legitimate because of all the criticism that Kushner and Witkoff have been receiving. So if that's the negotiation team, I think there's 0% chance of success. And again, if you look at the previous pattern, it's predictable. The United States has used high-level negotiations as a facade to prepare to reload and rearm, and I believe that's what's going to happen.
Ambassador, what do you make of that? Because Pakistan's aspirations as a global mediator really rest on this. Is there 0% chance of success?
Not only Pakistan's prospects as a peace builder or Pakistan's role as a mediator or peace builder, but Pakistan is seriously affected by this war. Pakistan has a 1,000-kilometer long border with Iran. Iran is a neighboring country. Pakistan has very close strategic and economic relations with Arab world. With Saudi Arabia, we have a defense pact, and we have very close and relations which we have to closely balance between United States and China as two global powers. So if nothing comes out of these talks, it will definitely, Pakistan will feel the pain, Pakistan will be hurt, and Pakistan has made lot of input into this effort for bringing peace. I think, yes, we, as Patrick has mentioned, that there has been this pattern of, using the negotiation process and then launching attacks. But now, at this moment, lot of groundwork, lot of homework has gone into this effort, into this peace effort. There was an Islamabad first round of Islamabad talks. After that, Field Marshal Asim Munir visited Tehran and had very close negotiations, very close engagement on all these crucial points with the Iranian leadership, all flanks of Iranian leadership. And then he is also closely in touch with, Pakistan's Prime Minister went to Arab world, and to Turkey, to Qatar, to Saudi Arabia, and our leadership is closely in touch with also Washington and United States. So I think my own assessment, my own view, and the information I'm getting from Islamabad is that there is a lot of optimism. People are waiting for these negotiations to happen, and there is a feeling that all the parties at this moment are interested to bring this war to an end. So I think, with due respect, slightly disagree with this perspective or with this position that maybe this negotiation process or this segment of negotiations again will be used to level another attack against Iran. If that happens, it will be unfortunate. It will not be good for the peace process in general. But I think there is more optimism at this moment, not only in Pakistan, but also if you see statements from other countries, supportive statements from other countries, supportive messages from other countries coming to Pakistani leadership, coming to the regional leadership, that this war should now end.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, why hasn't US military success translated into an unequivocal victory here? And does that in any way damage US military credibility?
It shouldn't damage U.S. military credibility if it's properly understood that you have two governments that just have interests that are not reconcilable, and each one is hoping that the other side caves. So that's not a reflection on...
But if the U.S. military was as strong as the president continues to say it is, that, overwhelming military strength, shouldn't they be able to make Iran cave?
Well, they stopped the strikes. I mean, Iran, the U.S. military does have the ability to force that regime out of power. I'm not advocating doing that, but I'm saying that capability exists. I mean, the U.S. military is dominant. Then there's the question of translating that into political success, but that's not a reflection on the performance of the U.S. military per se. But I think what you have is really, I think it's actually very clear. You have the U.S., Israel, and the Arab world that, again, understandably, wants Iran's nuclear program gone, the ballistic missile program, if not gone, then severely limited, and probably to have the option to strike gathering threats on Iranian soil if they have to in the future, and hope that leads to an advancement of the Abraham Accords. And then you have the Iranian regime that wants to stay in power and then openly does things like citing apocalyptic end times prophecy. They have values like jihad, so dying to them, it's not viewed in the same way as it is in the Western context. And so then for them, that's unacceptable because they view having those weapons as necessary for staying in power. So it's hard to come to necessarily an agreement. You can come to a stalemate that then is accompanied by a ceasefire that comes and goes. I could see that happening.
Patrick, I can see you nodding your head.
Well, first of all, the U.S., the Trump administration is living in its own little propaganda bubble, and they have been for the duration of this conflict. We were told that the Iranian regime was on its last legs during the so-called protests, that Donald Trump later admitted that he was trafficking weapons into the hands of these so-called peaceful protesters. As the president said that himself recently, probably by accident. He was probably boasting. But anyway, he also repeated the lie that Iran slaughtered 45,000 of its own people during these protesters. Those claims are coming from U.S.-based Iranian human rights NGOs funded by the State Department and the National Endowment for Democracy, as well as the Iran News International, which is an admitted Israeli propaganda clearinghouse. So those were those terms come from, but Donald Trump repeats them as part of the propaganda campaign to, again, to give a moral justification for this. The idea that the regime was going to collapse is a complete fantasy. In fact, the opposite. Under threats, the solidarity in Iranian society has increased. The country has come together. That's just a fact. Anybody who knows about Iranian politics and society, that doesn't surprise them at all. It's an Islamic republic. It's not a dictatorial theocracy. It's an Islamic republic. The word is in the republic. So the fact that they killed the supreme leader means that increased the cohesiveness of Iranian society. And probably this bombing run by the United States and Israel have increased the resilience of the Islamic Revolution for the next 50 years. So they've really shot themselves in the foot in the United States and Israel, thinking that by doing this to the Iranians that they would somehow crumble and fall apart, and just the opposite has happened. It's worse than it was before the war from a U.S. and Israeli perspective, but they'll never admit that in Washington or Israel because, of course, Donald Trump can do no wrong. And end times prophecies, which Ryan's talking about, are you serious? Pete Hegseth quoting fake Bible verses, calling this a holy war, invoking Jesus as the bombs drop. The religious extremism from the Secretary of War, from Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, from Donald Trump's cabinet. That's the real religious extremism. These are the people, these Christian Zionists, that are pushing an end times eschatological, crazy, fanatical religious extremist narrative.
If I can add just a couple of sentences, in modern warfare or in modern power calculations, now two concepts are becoming important. Number one is strategic disparity. Here in this case, we see that United States is much more powerful than, maybe compared to Iran. United States has a powerful military. United States has a powerful air force. United States has much more effective weapon systems than Iran. But then there is the other concept of strategic limitations. And the strategic limitations means that major powers, big global powers, cannot achieve everything or cannot achieve every single objective when they are using this kind of power against a very distant country in a totally different region. Maybe a Venezuela-like operation can have some success, but a bigger war imposed on a country like Iran, it is very difficult. And with this now, we are entering into a new era of power calculations where middle powers are emerging, which are developing their own military strengths, their own capacities to respond to major powers. And it is not the era of wars which we have seen in the past, maybe in past few decades. So these are, I think, new concepts which are emerging and are becoming part of international politics. And therefore, global powers and regional powers will also have to calculate these kind of adventures or wars more carefully and more cautiously in future.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, you wanted to jump in as well off the back of Patrick's comments. I'll give you a right of reply and then I'm going to move us on to another topic.
Sure. So there's a difference between citing end times prophecies that are actually mandating jihad and talking about essentially conquering the Middle East and destroying Israel versus the references to prophecies that you'll get from standard Christians in the United States, which isn't that we're trying to make those things happen. We're not called to engage in that type of warfare. Now, what you will see us say is that according to Judeo-Christian ethics, do we believe that this is a just war? Sure, and then there'll be citations to biblical verses. But there's no one saying, oh, in order to make Jesus come back and establish a Judeo-Christian theocracy, we need to go and kill, millions of people engaged in this war. I've never heard that. I've gone to a lot of churches, and I've seen the same statements that you have. I think that's being misinterpreted. I can understand why it gets misinterpreted, but it's being misinterpreted.
Patrick, do you want to respond?
Not really. I think Ryan's just hung himself on the answer, but that's okay.
Okay. Well, look, I'm going to move us on so that we can cover off on some more topics, because although uncertainty remains, as we've been discussing, as to how this war will end, one thing is certain, and that's the fact that the region itself has dramatically changed. It can't easily just snap back to its pre-Iran war state anymore. Regional alliances have been tested. The global balance of power has been called into question. The Strait of Hormuz as a free shipping lane may be a thing of the past, and the future of US bases in the region could also be uncertain. A prominent Emirati scholar has suggested that whilst the US-UAE relationship is important, the time has come to question whether US bases are necessary for their defence. Ambassador, will the region rethink their security strategy, one that involves hosting military bases? Or do you think the opposite will occur? Will this reinforce why the region needs US bases?
I think it will be the decisions of these regional countries whether to continue hosting US bases or not. I think this is something they have to decide. But yes, I agree with your comment that the region has gone a major change after this Iran war. And after this Iran war, we have seen actually even before this Iran war, new alliances or new engagements and strategic partnerships emerging. I refer to, for example, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia Defense Pact. Mm-hmm. And I think, as I see, and most of the strategic analysts here in Pakistan or in the region or at global level are trying to see that there will be changes in the regional security architecture once the Iran war concludes, Iran war ends, and a peace agreement is reached. And this will be through regional partnerships, because the presence of US bases has shown its limitations for the Arab countries or for the Gulf countries in which these bases have been based. And now it will be up to these Arab countries who will be now required to see what is the utility of these bases, how these can be retained. If they are retained, what kind of role they will be playing, and what kind of new alliances will be emerging. For example, you have seen in this peace process also Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt have held very close consultations, and they can move forward and develop some kind of bloc. Maybe at some stage, once there is more clarity in these evolving structures, China or some other powers also join. So yes, I think in terms of speaking in very constructive terms, a new security architecture is the need of the region, will be required, and will be required for addressing the regional issues in a better way, whether it is Iran's nuclear issue, whether it is free shipping in Hormuz, because it is important for economy, not only economy of the region, economy of the Gulf countries, economy of Iran, and international economy. We have seen oil prices taking a big jump and making life in every country very difficult. So I think, yes, we will be seeing developments in terms of, realignment or evolution or development of new security mechanisms and security cooperation partnerships.
Ryan, do you think there are limitations to the benefits of hosting US military bases? And do you think there is a risk that some of the regional allies that the US maintains may start to question whether that is something they want to continue in the future?
There are always limitations, but I think after you had Iran lobbing missiles in really a self-injurious way just throughout the region, just continuously, especially after the neighbors to Iran had done some diplomatic outreach leading up to this, hoping to spare themselves from that. I think the only conclusion that the Arab world can reach is that they need anti-aircraft systems, anti-missile systems from the U.S., Ukraine, from other countries in order to defend themselves, because whether they agree with the conflict or not, you have to prepare for it to break out. And so if you have missiles falling on your oil sites and your airports and all that, you're going to do what you need to do to stop that from happening again. Whether it affects the international politics, I still think that the Iranian regime is in a much weaker spot now. So I would actually think that the Arab states are going to, once the conflict simmers down, feel safer. But I think that with the real experience of having the missiles land in their territory, they are going to invest in defending themselves from that. I mean, it's common sense.
Patrick?
I think Ryan left out the important part of the story conveniently, which is that the U.S. started the war. The U.S. and Israel started this war, not Iran. And rather than provide protection for the Gulf Arab states, the United States bases there have drawn fire as a result. They're a liability. And Ryan admitted by accident what it really is a protection racket. You must buy weapons and air defense systems from the United States. So Ryan's acting as a type of a sales rep there, pushing U.S. arms sales. That protection racket, unfortunately, the bottom has fallen out of it because of this conflict. And I think a lot of people around the Gulf, and what my esteemed colleague from Pakistan said was correct. There needs to be a new security architecture for West Asia, but it's not going to be an externally imposed security architecture. It needs to be by the region and for the region. And that does not mean the United States is going to be involved in that. The United States, unfortunately, has basically, by starting this war with Israel, has basically played its final card and in the region, and it will never be the same. The U.S. cannot recoup its positions in the military bases that have been completely destroyed around the region. That's not going to happen. We're already seeing Qatar and other GCC countries talk with a more sane approach, looking forward and in their best interests as well as the region. The problem in the region, the biggest threat to security is Israel. That's pretty clear. They've already bombed 6 countries in the region, and the United States, who has also bombed not just Iran, but has also attacked Iraq as well over the last month, so as well as Yemen. So the aggressors here are pretty clear. It's the United States and Israel. And the region has a right to defend itself, to steal a famous term from Israel.
I mean, we should...
Regardless of who you blame, if you have missiles landing on your territory, you're going to buy defenses against those missiles.
It's not about blaming, Ryan.
It's just a fact. That analysis at all.
The U.S. started the war. It's just a fact. It's not about blaming. This isn't about blaming. It's about facts. The U.S. and Israel started an illegal, undeclared war of aggression. So at that point, they forfeit any rights to work within what they call their rights. They don't have rights at that point. If you agree with international law, unfortunately, you have a president in Washington that says he doesn't need international law, that he works on his gut feeling. Okay, how long is that going to get you down the road? Not very far. People in the region, I think, are very well aware they're dealing with an unstable rogue state in Washington and in Tel Aviv.
We should add that even though there are questions regarding defence, these regional countries have reasserted their value and their dedication to the strategic alliance with the United States that goes beyond defence, so into things like energy, business, AI. Those kind of bonds aren't likely to break because of this conflict. But Ambassador, something you discussed sort of raises the broader issue that I think the region is grappling with. Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt and Pakistan, as you mentioned, have started holding regular consultations on matters of mutual interest. Do you think that we're going to see more of that now, a more diversification of security arrangements in this uncertain global order? And is that going to be to the detriment of the US?
The bigger challenge in this uncertain global order is that the polarization has continued to increase. For a few years, we have been seeing that the order has been changing from unipolar order to a multipolar order. But at the same time, we have been seeing the weakening of United Nations as an organization which can play a role in terms of stabilizing international peace and security, and play a role in terms of rule-setting organizations for the international economics and other issues. And because the United Nations or any supra-multilateral body has not been able to play the role of rule-setting games, we see increasing polarization. Now, the risk here in the region is also that as Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, and some other like-minded countries may be moving towards developing a new security architecture or new strategic partnership among them, but there can be other competing strategic partnerships. Like Pakistan has an antagonistic relationship with India, and we fought a war with India last year, and India, Israel, or any other global powers, if they form another alliance and these alliances start competing with each other, so we will continue to live in unsafe world, more challenged world, and more challenges will continue to haunt the international peace and stability. For that, the bigger thing that needs to happen, that the countries, the UN member states, have to play a role in terms of reviving a very stabilizing role of the United Nations. The stabilizing role of the United Nations is missing, and that is why we are looking at more and more wars, more and more conflicts, more and more disputes, and no settlement mechanism. So I think, although it is a very idealistic thing which I am talking about, but that is, I think, a solution which the international community should seek.
Ryan, do you think that this, as the ambassador said, this multipolar world order is clearly is more prominent? This unipolar world order is under threat. Does that put the US in a weakened global position?
No, I think the U.S. has gotten a lot stronger, actually. If you look at what happened to Maduro, if you look at what was U.S. military dominance over in Iranian skies, you look at Ukraine's performance against the Russians, Ukraine being a much smaller country, and look at their advancements. I actually think that the U.S. and its allies are in a stronger position, increasingly strong, and that countries, including in the Middle East, if you have to choose between betting your future militarily, economically, politically with the U.S. and its allies, or Iran or Russia and North Korea and China, I think that's a pretty easy choice. So this talk of America being defeated, the only way that makes sense is if you make the bar so high that it becomes impossible to reach. I don't know what other metric could be used to try to make that argument. And by the way, I think it's also very hard for me to believe that the Iranian people, the protesters against the regime, would suddenly believe in the Islamic Revolution that they protested and has killed them and jailed them because the U.S. bombed the regime that was oppressing and killing them. That just doesn't. That just doesn't make sense. I can see the argument saying, "Oh, the regime, might have different people in power that are closer." I can see that argument. I can't see the argument that the Iranian people would become radicalized and want an Islamist theocracy all of a sudden when they opposed it before.
All right, Patrick, a couple of things for you to respond to before I move to our final question there. The issue there about the Iranian society, but also is the US in a stronger position now?
Well, if you think piracy is a long-term strategic, successful strategic plan, then yeah, fine. But piracy is not. The U.S. has openly said they're going to steal the oil, take the oil from Venezuela. Donald Trump has said he's going to take Cuba. He's going to take it. Whatever's there, he's going to take it, invade it, attack it. That could happen in a matter of months. Take Greenland, take the Iranian oil. So that's hijacking tankers on the high seas, pursuing Russian oil, whether it's under the sort of spurious banner of sanctions, the U.S. has expended all of its goodwill internationally. Politically, it's in its weakest position ever. This is probably the worst administration in terms of ruining the U.S. reputation internationally. That's without a doubt. That will be Donald Trump's legacy. So you're seeing the late-stage empire flailing right now, and Trump is just the avatar for that. In terms of the comments by Ryan about Iranian society, he's just kind of demonstrating he doesn't know what he's talking about. So if you've ever been to Iran, or you've studied Iranian politics, or you've studied the Islamic Revolution, it's not the only Islamic republic in the region. Pakistan is also an Islamic republic. So it is a model of government that has been successful and resilient despite being under 47 years of sanctions. And there are not throngs of protesters wanting to overthrow the Iranian government, and people will come out in the millions as they did during the National Day right around the same time Benjamin Netanyahu rolled up to the United States to sell the war to Trump. 2 million people came out on the streets of Tehran to support the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who the U.S. and Israel assassinated. So they showed under threat. They showed solidarity nationally. People all over the country. 20 million people were out on the street during that week of February supporting the government. Okay. So to say the U.S. Or Israeli propaganda talking point, or the Pahlavi royalist talking point that everybody is waiting to, overthrow the, quote, theocracy or whatever in Iran, that's just fantasy. That's just propaganda. The reality says something completely different. You've just lost that liberal Western or pro-Western generation that you were cultivating to try to do a color revolution in Iran. You've lost them by carpet bombing and killing Iranian children, girls, hitting schools, bombing 30 universities, targeting 30 universities in Iran, hitting infrastructure, killing people left, right, and center, and then threatening total civilizational annihilation. You can't row that back, Ryan. It's finished. You can't undo. The world can't unsee what Donald Trump and the U.S. have done. The threats Pete Hegseth made to bomb a country into the Stone Age.
Okay.
You can't row it back. I'm sorry. It's done.
Okay. A very brief response from you, Ryan, because I need to move us to our final question there.
I mean, what else can you expect from someone who associates so long with Russian influence agents? I mean, that is what they're saying. So that point of view,
nice cope. That's a great cope. Great cope, Ryan.
And just hold on a second. And as for the issue
you don't have an argument. You don't have an argument,
Ryan. You're going to have people who are going to cite the millions of people who protested the regime at the same time as people are going to then cite the people who protested in favor of the regime. So you're going to get those claims from both sides. And so people are just going to have to decide which side of that argument they're going to want to believe. What's more likely, that the Iranian people genuinely oppose a theocracy, and yes, it's a theocracy, that engages in that type of behavior, or do they somehow like it and then like it even more after protesting it and getting shot in the streets? I'll just have to let people decide what makes more sense.
Okay, all right. And I'm going to put a pin in that discussion there because we're running out of time. I've only got time for one last very brief answer from each of you. So we'll leave that civil uprising question for another day. Let me put this to you, Ambassador. I'm going to ask you first. Last week, when President Trump announced the ceasefire in Lebanon, he did this before Prime Minister Netanyahu could consult with his cabinet. We're talking about the changes to the region, how alliances are shifting across the Middle East. Do you think we could be seeing a shift in the Israeli-American relationship, at least in private, because President Trump didn't consult with Prime Minister Netanyahu on this?
Because, when this ceasefire was being worked out, at the last moment, since Israel had undertook attacks on Lebanon, so there was a threat that entire peace process will be destabilized, entire peace process will be disrupted, and therefore the leadership from various parts of the world approached the U.S. president and requested that Israel-Lebanon ceasefire will be an important part of the overall peace process, meaning that if Israel continues to attack Lebanon, then it will be very difficult to negotiate peace between U.S. and Iran, and that remains a reality even today. So that is why I think we saw then the U.S. administration used its influence with Iran very quietly, very confidentially, and they were able to have a ceasefire. I think it is a 10 days ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, which is now in force at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this will have to be, Israel, Lebanon part will remain. Israel-Lebanon equation will remain part of the entire peace equation. And if we have to see a comprehensive peace emerging from Islamabad and then finalizing it into some kind of a peace agreement, a permanent peace agreement between US and Iran, some kind of differences will have to be reached with regard to that nothing, disrupts or abruptly ends this some kind of, attacks by Israel on Lebanon. So this has to be the part of the whole, peace process.
Ryan, do you think that this conflict has changed the US-Israeli relationship? Has it illustrated that President Trump is willing to do whatever it takes to get the deal done, even if that means going against what he knows the Israeli Prime Minister wants?
I don't think so. I think that the U.S. and Israeli relationship is actually stronger. It's true that Trump is a bit of an independent actor in many ways. And so is it possible that he agrees to a deal that Israel's not fond of? That is possible. But so far what we've seen is that he does take into account Israeli interests and the Israeli point of view. And that's because of this U.S.-Israeli alliance that I think is multi-layered. But at the same time, when you point out these differences, both in personality between the two governments, and then the times that the U.S. and Israel disagree and clash on policy, it makes it very hard to believe this narrative that the Zionists and the Jews just puppeteer the U.S. and it's not like a real democracy or free country because there's this global conspiracy, which is kind of like the underpinning of a lot of this talk that demonizes the West reflexively at every turn without any nuance.
Okay. Before we run out of time, Patrick, your take on that, the US-Israeli relationship. We're talking about regional change. Is that one of the big regional changes this war has sparked?
It's not clear that that's going to be the case. There might be some superficial maneuvering for public relations purposes by the Trump administration because his base is basically degraded because of his slavish support for Israel and the fact that the Israeli lobby purchased this president for about $250 million in the last election cycle. That's admitted. Trump's even groveled to Miriam Adelson on that basis, as well as in the Israeli Knesset. So you can't separate this president, this administration from Israel. It's just not going to happen. In terms of Lebanon, what Israel's doing is basically ethnic cleansing and bombing civilian populations, densely populated areas in Lebanon, in Beirut, erasing whole villages. They broke the ceasefire from the first day. So there is no ceasefire with Lebanon and Israel. They even wired infrastructure for explosives and are claiming that's not a violation of the ceasefire because they didn't fire any artillery or drop any bombs. That's how ridiculous and what a farce this framing of the Lebanese situation is. These are war crimes. These are crimes against humanity. Where are the sanctions? Where is the condemnation from the Europeans, from anyone in the U.S.? They don't mind because it's Israel. Israel can do as it wants, and this is proving it. The situation in Lebanon's proof that Israel has total impunity in the eyes of the United States. And until that changes, we're just going to have a long, simmering, burning conflict in this region. It's never going to end until that changes.
Gentlemen, your opinions, your perspectives have been illuminating and so interesting for our audience. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, we're out of time, so I'm going to leave it there. But Mansour Ahmed Khan, former Pakistani ambassador, thank you to you, sir. Ryan Morrow, counter-terrorism expert and president of the Morrow Institute. And Patrick Henningsen, geopolitical analyst and executive editor of the news website 21st Century Wire. To all of you, thank you for joining us on Counterpoints. And to our audience, thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. You can, of course, keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you...
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
It is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the DAC Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Iran has vowed to retaliate after the U.S. Marines attacked and seized an Iranian cargo ship that was trying to get past its blockade on Iran's ports. Posting on Truth Social, President Donald Trump said the U.S. Marines intercepted and took full custody of the Iranian-flagged cargo ship in the Gulf of Oman, adding the Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ships stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. The Iranian news agency Tasnim has reported that Iran launched drone strikes on U.S. military vessels in the Gulf of Oman. To discuss this and all of today's top stories, I'm joined by Washington correspondent Sarah Firth and broadcaster Jono Hayes. Thank you both for joining us today. We'll start with you, Sarah. I think we all thought we were making progress on Friday after the Strait of Hormuz opened, but it feels like we've gone backwards over the weekend.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that the conflict has entered a dangerous phase because you've got the risk, really, that what's happening militarily at sea is overtaking diplomatic efforts. So you have had the United States saying that it seized an Iranian-flagged ship near the Strait of Hormuz that was allegedly defying orders. This is, of course, linked to Washington's blockade of ships coming in and out of Iranian ports. And US CENTCOM put up a video showing some of that operation where you actually had that vessel boarded after those warnings were given. Now, Iran has said that that move is illegal and has warned that it will respond. So at the moment, you've got the diplomatic situation becoming murkier and the military risk becoming more significant. And I want to flag up something that a former NATO commander, Wesley Clark, said, because he offered one of the clearest descriptions, I think, of the state of play in the Strait of Hormuz right now. And what he said was that this is what he called mutually assured economic destruction. So Iran essentially blockading with their threats and actions, and now the US with their counter-blockade. And the word on the ground here in Washington is that militarily speaking, is unsustainable for the long term. And Clark also noted that US warships that are enforcing this blockade, guys, they are operating within range of Iranian anti-ship missiles. Now, that is critical because we've seen this type of brinkmanship, strong rhetoric, especially from President Trump in the lead up to negotiations, as is again happening this week. But there is another layer of danger here in that you have got US vessels right now, US servicemen and women on the front line within range of enemy fire. And so that really ups the risk. There is absolutely no margin for error here right now.
And Jono, there also doesn't seem to be much trust between Iran and the US. What's going on here?
Well, look, I think, Catalina, that is the core issue. It has been for a little while now. We've kind of moved beyond tensions. This kind of looks almost like it's complete strategic distrust that's between Donald Trump and the Iranian government. So what we saw over the weekend, that was what you mentioned there at the start of this, the US physically seizing a vessel. But then, of course, most crucially, they used force to disable it. So that's not diplomacy breaking down. What we saw there was the military saying and signaling that they are taking over. So from Iran's perspective, they're saying, and we heard that, armed piracy is what they're calling that. So they're no longer even pretending that this is part of the negotiating framework, which is a risky and dangerous situation to be in. Then if you layer on top of that the drone response that we had, so there was no damage, we know that, but it is very, very symbolic. That's Iran very much saying we will respond. We're calibrating it, but we are going to respond. So it's not escalation, but it's very, very deliberate. So if you look at what's happened in the last couple of days, and as we said, going into the weekend, we kind of felt very positive about this and that a plan was in place and at least some level of a ceasefire would lead to some peace negotiations. But we had that fragile pathway, Hormuz reopening, Hormuz being closed again, talks that were being floated around. And now we flipped into something else. Now this is deterrence mode where both sides are, and this is where it gets dangerous, they're testing the red line. They're both responding militarily, and we saw how that ended the last time. They're still talking about these negotiations, but it's a really dangerous hybrid situation where there's miscalculations that could happen. Then there's a risk that can happen as a result of that. So the trust isn't just low. I think the trust is non-existent. It has been for quite some time. But right now we're in a very, very fragile place. And I think, Catalina, until that changes, every incident like what we've seen in the last couple of days has got the potential to spiral. That's bad news for the entire region. And it can happen much quicker than anyone intends. Now, even in looking into this, and you think ceasefire for a lot of people, certainly in the GCC, felt like this was a step in the right direction. Historically speaking, about 1 in every 3 ceasefires do end up being a peace agreement afterwards, which is good news, of course. Experts are saying that this looks more like a 1 in 10 chance of a ceasefire that's going to lead to a peace agreement because there are so many fragile moving parts right now. And I think that that is crucially a very dangerous place to be in.
Dangerous, Jono, and the day isn't over yet, but do you think if the ceasefire talks break down, will we enter a more dangerous area or conflict escalation here?
I think it's anyone's game. I think if the ceasefire talks, it really depends on what happens tomorrow. The White House have just confirmed in the last hour or so that J.D. Vance is definitely on the way. We know that that's going to happen. And I think we've had a lot of that rhetoric from Donald Trump in the last couple of hours, and he seems to be gone on. And I think Sarah's watching this attentively from Washington right now, but he seems to be gone on a bit of a rampage on Truth Social. He will use that strong language again to try and get Iran to the negotiating table. But I'm struggling to think of a time when both parties weren't directly speaking to each other where we didn't see a resolution to a conflict. And this is, remember, the intermediary that is there, which is Pakistan, going between the two. Again, I think it's very volatile. It all could spill over, and we'll find out more, I guess, once that ceasefire expires, which is on the early morning of the 22nd of April, which is just 2 days from now.
And Sarah, we just recently saw Donald Trump tweeting that he's going to have a better deal here than Obama's deal. What do you think this entails?
Yes, well, first of all, thanks to Jono, because we got the confirmation here in Washington from speaking to him via the White House official channels on social media, because the confusion of the morning here in Washington was, is J.D. Vance, the vice president, en route to Pakistan or not? The vice president had started the day reporting to one American outlet saying that he was en route. Then you had J.D. Vance's motorcade pulling up to the White House, not Islamabad, and then finally that confirmation, as Jono said, that they are actually en route to Pakistan. But look, it is clear there is some kind of framework, right? And the talks, it's hope, the president speaking, positively about the possibility of an outcome, whilst at the same time making those very serious threats to Iran again, that it will bomb the bridges and power plants. You know, we've heard that threat before. Actually, just in the last few minutes, there's a line coming saying the US ambassador to the UN has said, we are confident Iran will join the negotiations and relinquish its pursuit of nuclear weapons. Now, that is according to Sky News Arabia. That's from the US ambassador to the UN. So look, you've got a US team en route to Islamabad. It's not at all clear yet who from the Iranian side, or even if anyone from the Iranian side are confirmed to be around that table. And there is, as of right now, no publicly confirmed roadmap for what happens next. So as Jono pointed out, that really interesting statistic about the number of ceasefires that sort of succeed or fail. If you listen to the experts who were involved in the last deal with Iran, they were talking in terms of years for some of those technical details. So, and the importance of those technical details being agreed by both sides, so that further down the line, after a sort of announcement of a ceasefire or a peace agreement, you don't have it fall apart very rapidly because both sides were not on board with the exact wording in terms of that agreement. So again, the idea when you speak to experts that a couple of days or a couple of roundtable meetings, although it is historic that both sides have been in the room for the first time in a very long time, the actual ceasefire, peace agreement, that would be something that would take a little bit longer. I think there is a hope that we'll get some kind of extension of the ceasefire agreement, perhaps some kind of tentative beginning of a process of a peace deal. But look, Catalina, the honest answer is right here, right now in Washington, D.C., nobody actually knows the outcome of this right now.
Apple has named John Ternus as its next CEO, promoting him from his role in hardware engineering. Ternus has worked at Apple for 25 years and has been heavily involved in some of its biggest products, including iPads and AirPods. But analysts and investors have expressed concern over Tim Cook's replacement after 15 years in charge, where he increased Apple's market value by $3.6 trillion. So, Michael, yes, there we are. Cook is out. Ternus is in. Tell us more about his departure from the role. And we know that Cook will officially be leaving on the 1st of September. So there's a little bit of a buffer zone there.
So there is. And I think you said it best when you said that Tim Cook has overseen the company's valuation for a total of $3.6 trillion. How do you replace that person? That is the tricky part. And I think that what's going to be happening is that there's going to be kind of a splitting of responsibilities, because Tim Cook will remain as the executive chairman, and there are some reports that he will be speaking to governments. And that is certainly when it comes to China, that's been one of Tim Cook's strengths, is that he has led those negotiations with the Chinese when it came to the making of finding all of those workers in China who were able to do the job. And because of his persona and because of the way that he interacted with the Chinese, he had such a good relationship with them that not only did he make donations to a Chinese university, but he also became a bit of a cultural ambassador for the U.S. to China. And many would say that it was Tim Cook why Apple was exempted from some of the tariffs. So it's definitely the end of an era. And, you know, he has been in the role for 15 years. He took over from the man himself, Steve Jobs, and then he saw the growth of Apple into what it is today. But we also have to accept that while he's created a real ecosystem, you know, a lot of what Apple does now are services, of course, but you know, there's a real vibe with Apple, and everything from the watches and the iPhones to the AirPods and the MacBooks. But he is leaving at a time when the company is going through, okay, what's next phase, where, as I said, Apple is very much a vibe, but the critics, and there aren't too many, and they haven't been too harsh, but the critics would say that there hasn't been a lot of innovation recently at Apple. There's been a lot for content creators and for the creation of various platforms, but it's the hardware itself where maybe that has where Apple has left a little bit of money on the table.
Yeah, it's so interesting because you talk about the Apple vibe, and I feel like I'm the classic Apple consumer. I've got it all because it all links. It's an ecosystem. It's super easy to use. But top business people will say, we want better phones that are good for business, not just for content creation. So there is, of course, some criticism there, but as you say, not much. But Gemma, let's talk about this product guy, John Turnus. I was just checking him out online. 51 years old, not bad looking for a tech bro CEO. I must say, Silicon Valley is sometimes short on good-looking young tech bros.
The bar is low.
The bar is low. We said that earlier, didn't we? but John Turner's 51. He's younger. But what I find really interesting is, what do you think investors are going to be concerned about? Because confidence may dip because, as Michael was just explaining, Tim Cook was kind of a phenomenon, wasn't he? So what can we expect from Turnus?
You're right. I mean, absolutely huge shoes to fill. And so I think it's probably important that he doesn't attempt to fill shoes, but, you know, makes his own way and forges his own path. So reaction has been cautious, but confident. There was mixed initial market reaction, and we saw Apple's stock dip very slightly by 0.8% after the announcement. But that's far from, you know, a panicked reaction. It just shows a little bit uncertainty, which, given, you know, a company of Apple's size and standing, is to be expected. Now, overall, he is viewed as a safe choice. He's a company man. He's been at Apple for 25 years running the hardware division. And I think this is a good call. You know, it's stability, and investors are going to feel reassured with him at the helm. Now, he has a strong track record, as you mentioned. He has overseen major products, including the iPhone, Mac, iPad, and AirPods. And I'm like you, Leigh Ann. I have all the gadgets because they all link up, and it makes it quite seamless. Now, he's also been credited with helping revive Mac sales and product momentum. But what do his detractors say? And we did touch upon this. AI remains the big question, and it is an area in which Apple has been seen to have been lagging behind its competitors in generative AI, and that worries investors moving forward. So that's probably, I think, going to be top of the list. It's going to be one of his key challenges, and it's going to be what helps him stand out from Tim Cook, who has been criticized for not focusing on that area.
And it's so fascinating, isn't it? Because he's a hardware man. He's not an AI man. And let's be honest, Michael, AI is what seems to be driving the markets. It seems to be driving the big tech companies when it comes to stocks. But the reality is AI isn't quite here just yet. We're sort of on the brink of it, but we're not quite full AI yet, are we?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're not quite there yet, but we are there in the sense that the tech companies have been investing millions, hundreds of millions of dollars every year now into data centers. And the fear is twofold. The fear is we're not sure what AI will do, but we're also not sure what it won't do. But we definitely have to get on the bandwagon and be spending money to make sure that we're doing what everybody else is doing. Now, my bigger concern, at least for the next little while, would be for John, would be how is he going to navigate the relationship with Donald Trump? Or, because Tim Cook is staying on as executive chairman, will that remain something that Tim Cook will do? Well, he will continue to sort of placate the president however he needs to, so that John Turnus can focus on the development and the hardware stuff, and Tim Cook will be making John Turnus's life easier, because he'll be catching the flack if there's any to catch from the president, because I do think that that's definitely one of the roles that the person who's in the top spot at Apple has to deal with is, a somewhat erratic Donald Trump at times.
Now, US President Donald Trump has declared an extension to the ceasefire with Iran to allow time for further peace talks. Speaking on Truth Social, the president said the US had agreed to a request by Pakistan's mediators to hold an attack on Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives come up with a unified proposal and discussions are concluded. Iran, meanwhile, say they have attacked 2 cargo ships in the Strait of Hormuz as the US continues a blockade on Iranian ports. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in studio by Lily Moffat, Riyadh-based journalist, and on Zoom, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations expert. Dr. Ellie, we're going to start with you because right now there seems to be so much rhetoric going on. Prior to coming on air with you, Iran's top negotiator at the moment, which appears to be Qualibaf, said the reopening the Strait of Hormuz is impossible with a flagrant breach of the ceasefire by the US. So what do you make of the latest rhetoric?
Good evening. I think we have to understand the current situation to go back a little bit to what was the situation before the US blockade. And as we know, Iran had a situation where they were blocking whichever ships they want. They were putting, ransoms and payments on other ships, while their own shipping was going on normally. Their own oil exports were going almost as normal as before the war. And in that sense, the US understood in the first round of negotiation that this is a very important negotiation cards that Iran is holding on to and will continue to hold on to. And this is why they decided that the best way to take away this card is to enforce a US blockade on all Iranian shipments and all Iranian ports. In a way to say either the strait will be open for all or it will be closed for all. And by closing it for all, Trump has increased the pressure on everybody, on all different parties. On Iran, definitely losing more than $400 million per day as estimates, raising the pressure on China that gets a significant percentage of its oil from the Gulf, and definitely on the rest of the world to be more involved and more engaged in trying to push for an agreement, including definitely the heat that Europe and the Gulf countries are feeling from that blockade. The problem, I think, Leigh Ann, is that we are now in a kind of a vicious cycle where we don't know what's going to come first, as if everybody is waiting for the other to blink. And in that chicken fight that the whole world is paying the price for, the Iranians will not let go of this card. And Trump thinks that unless he removes that card, he will not be able to get to a deal.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Many people have been saying it's just a game of chicken now. Who blinks first? Obviously, we were hoping that these talks would happen in Islamabad yesterday, Lily. They didn't go ahead at all. We didn't see J.D. Vance or the Iranian delegation, whoever they may be, leave to Pakistan. However, Donald Trump has extended this ceasefire. So where do things stand with negotiations right now? Because I think that's the million-dollar question.
Yeah, I don't think that there's been a breakthrough. I don't think the ceasefire means there's a breakthrough. I think that it's more of a pause. Things have been so uncertain and no one really knows what's going on, whether it's, like you said, is J.D. Vance leaving? Is he delayed his travels? So when we did get the ceasefire, we're kind of taking it with a grain of salt and saying, well, what's going to happen? And it's no surprise that within 24 hours of that ceasefire, there's vessels hit in the Strait of Hormuz. And so we just need to kind of, I guess, take a seat back and think, all right, well, is this ceasefire isn't a breakthrough and it's not going to be a progress. So we're just going to wait and see what happens in the next 2 weeks with that.
And Dr. Ellie, it's really fascinating because we talk about these negotiations happening and there's been so much talk right now, sources close to the White House saying, Who is the US actually talking to in Iran? And the speculation is it's the IRGC hardliners right now controlling the conversation and the rhetoric coming out of Tehran. How concerning is this development right now when we're trying to look at an off-ramp and diplomacy and negotiations actually happening?
Definitely, I think we have a state of negotiation where both sides lack complete trust with the other side. The Iranians don't trust Trump, and definitely Trump does not trust the Iranians in general and the negotiation team in specific. We definitely have an issue with the internal dynamics of Iran in the absence of the supreme leader, who so far we can say is not active, to say the least, if he is still alive. The kind of negotiation that we are going through will mean a significant change in Iranian policy. Even if it is, a big compromise, it's going to represent a significant shift. And such a significant shift will need a big legitimacy from the supreme leader. If he is not there, I'm not sure who can take such a decision and how much they can all agree on a common approach. We heard a lot in the past few days about conflicts between the politicians and the IRGC, between different groups within the IRGC, the religious leaders and the military leaders, and so on. Definitely, whoever Trump is talking to, Trump needs to know for sure that this person can get everybody rallied behind and can commit to the signature that he will do, which is not so sure at this stage.
And we spoke about that too, Lily, before we came on, just the trust deficit between both sides at the moment. And there seems to be no unified voice, as Dr. Ellie said. So as we look to the future, I think many people are holding their breath because the ceasefire has appeared so fragile, even over the last 2 weeks. So many people say a miscalculation could be disastrous.
That's right. And then, what's happened in the last 24 hours with the vessels being hit, the ripple effect on the markets and how that's then going to affect Trump and his decision-making if he's getting pressure from not only America but other countries that are lacking, oil. But yeah, like Dr. Ali said, it's disturbing to understand, who these people are talking to and who Pakistan's talking to and mediators are talking to, because what they agree on is not necessarily what the whole country or what the whole people in power are agreeing on. And Iran need to, be a uniformed force in agreeing to these. Otherwise, it's just chaos.
Yeah, and that's how it feels a little bit at the moment. It feels a little bit chaotic at the moment, but hopefully we'll get more and more information.
May I, Leigh Ann, just add a couple of points? One, may I?
Of course you can.
If we have...
Yeah, the ladies give you permission.
No, just on the issue that Lily mentioned in terms of miscalculation, I'm afraid it might be even deeper than that. There might be a group in Iran that actually is willing to go all the way based on ideological, religious reasons and is willing to take, all the country away with him in a suicidal mission based on ideologies. And the second point is that Trump did give the permission for a few days to keep the ceasefire. However, this cannot go long because the pressure on Trump, although he is in a better position in terms of the blockage of the strait, but he does definitely feel pressure from so many different kinds, be it the cost of the military being there, be it the general cost on the economy, be it the pressure from his political allies and so on. So he definitely have given a pass, but he will not leave it for long. He will need to decide. And we have to remember also the deadline of 28 April by which he needs to come back to Congress. So I assume within a few days something needs to change. Let's hope it's for the best.
And in India, violence has broken out amongst voters during first phase polling in West Bengal. The Election Commission of India has launched a probe after a candidate was assaulted by opposition supporters whilst on his way to a polling booth. Security forces and armed police have been deployed with quick response teams moving in to contain the tensions. Jono, these clashes are severe amid reports and claims of voters being intimidated.
I mean, it's very serious. But it sits within something that's quite broad, actually, Leigh Ann. There's a pattern of these election tensions in West Bengal that I was unaware of, to be honest. There's a long history of this political rivalry between TMC and Modi's BJP as well. So the elections are often really... there's an intensity to all of these more than anything else. But we're hearing stuff from right now, and you'll see from some of the videos that are on the screen, a level of violence and disruption that is unparalleled. So people have been pelted with stones. There have been crude bombs that have been used. There's been allegations as well, and this is where it gets concerning, of voter intimidation at the polling stations. So there's even candidates who are showing up. They're having their vehicles attacked and vandalised as well. And then there's a tech issue that's disrupting the voting in some areas as well. You got to think, India, 960 million eligible voters in that country. So it is the largest. I think it is the largest, in fact, democratic exercise in the world. So even localised violence is significant, and also it escalates very, very quickly as well. So they've got the paramilitary forces at the polling booths. There is monitoring that's taking place. But the enforcement of that is a little bit inconsistent, mainly because you've got a lot of local areas, smaller areas, regional and rural areas, that it's just really impossible to police. So the question is raised about fair voting, about free voting as well, because we don't know if these people are being influenced in their vote. So it's first of all going to do a few things. As I mentioned, it is a tech issue, is because it's been using EVMs, which I didn't know India uses the electronic voting machine and has done for quite some time as well. So in fact, they're just pressing a button on a machine. So if there's a tech issue with that, now you all of a sudden could have the tech affecting the results of the election. And there could be a voter turnout issue. There'll be a suppression on that. If people are in fear of their lives, or they're in fear of getting injured because they've showed up to go and vote, that, of course, risks spoofing the results. Regardless of the outcome, people will say, no, it's because that election and that actual ballot was the whole credibility kind of falls apart at the seams, really. Not just the result, but the entire process. And India actually has a very, very high turnout in election. 2019, 67%, a record high. So it's anywhere between 60 to 70% normally as well. So they do have a very high turnout. If this is anything but 60%, I guarantee you, both parties will say that this was a sham election. So therefore you run into all these sorts of issues as well. So it's not just the violence, it's going to be the long play and the longevity of this play out that's going to be an issue for India and for politics there.
And it's really interesting because alongside what you've just been explaining, there's also been changes to the voter register in the region of West Bengal, and many Muslim majority voters say that they have been taken off that register, and that's caused a lot of anger. They've gone to vote and they're no longer eligible to vote as these changes are brought in. So, as you say, Jono, lots of questions around how legitimate this vote is and how free and fair the election is in the region. But, Alina, we're going to talk to you because there's also fears of ethnic clashes in another part of India called Manipur. They are escalating. What more do we know?
Yeah, this is basically like two groups. There's the Meiteis, is the Hindu majority there, and there's the Kuki, this is the minority. Those are basically Christians. And this is like an ethical struggle over land, identity, power in the government, and it started in May 2023. Then this conflict kind of got frozen, it got calmer, and then in April everything was stirred up again. And this is basically because of a court decision. Because the court suggested that this minority group, the Hindus, which are called Meitei, that they are also considered as a scheduled type, and that means they have more rights or specific rights. They have specific parts they can buy the land in, and currently only the minority can buy this land. And this minority is now afraid that when the majority, the Hindus, can also buy this land, that they will get ripped from this land. And that's why they are fighting right now.
So there's tension there, but also the whole of India as a region right now. We talked about the US-Iran conflict, and of course, India is facing its own austerity measures because they get a majority of their oil from the Strait of Hormuz. So right now, things aren't easy for the people in India as a whole, as the cost of living really skyrockets in the country.
Yes, we see it everywhere in the world. I have a very good friend, and he told me just earlier that it's right now very difficult even for the hotels in India. I didn't even know that, because so many people come from the USA and they fly over Dubai, and because of the airport airspace closure, they have less guests there. So many aspects are affected from this closure of the Strait of Hormuz that we don't even aware about.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today. It's right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, President Trump unilaterally extends the ceasefire with Iran, calling off attacks, but saying that the US blockade of Iranian ports is going to continue. But with no sign of peace talks restarting, we ask, where does this leave diplomatic efforts to bring about a negotiated settlement? And with tensions still high in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran seizes 3 cargo ships there today. We ask, who currently has the upper hand? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on Iran. And President Donald Trump announced late on Tuesday that the United States has agreed to a request from Pakistani mediators to extend the ceasefire. However, President Trump said that the US blockade of Iranian ports is going to continue. Well, Iran considers that blockade an act of war and says it will not lift its closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which has triggered the global energy crisis. Well, Pakistan, which has been acting as a mediator, is trying to get the warring sides together for negotiations. But neither side showed up for the latest round of talks in Islamabad before the 2-week-old ceasefire was about to expire. Well, in the Strait of Hormuz today, Iran has seized 2 ships, with an advisor to Iran's parliamentary speaker claiming that the ceasefire extension was, quote, a ploy to buy time for a surprise attack. Well, we're joined now by Alan Eyre, who is a former senior US diplomat, former member of the US negotiating team for the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, who's now at the Middle East Institute. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Let's just start by talking about where we are now. We're in a situation where there is an extension of the ceasefire. And to be fair, if I've done my research correctly, you predicted this would happen. Why were you so sure that this was the so-called best-case scenario where we are now?
Well, the best-case scenario is a comprehensive deal that settles all the issues, but that's incredibly unlikely. Absent that, a ceasefire just to give everyone more time was the preferred solution. And neither side wants to return to hostilities, but unfortunately, each side is still jostling for sort of marginal leverage as they go into negotiations. So an extension of the ceasefire was really the best possible outcome.
All right. I mean, clearly neither side showed up to those talks in Islamabad. Who looks to you, which side looks to you like it has the upper hand right now?
Well, in a larger sense, Tom, this is lose-lose, in the sense that both sides are taking a massive hit, as is the global economy. It's just a question of who can take more pain, the sort of a 2 clocks problem. The U.S. has a blockade on Iran. That's causing pain. But Iran's not facing election, and that pain is being transferred to the Iranian people, who are silent. But in the U.S., the shutting of the Strait of Hormuz has already had significant economic effects, and we've got a midterm coming up. So I would say Iran has the upper hand, but they are risking overplaying it.
I mean, has anything been achieved, diplomatically speaking, during these last few weeks? Any of the root causes of this crisis?
No, I mean, in essence, the only thing that's happened is before the war, the main issue was the nuclear issue. After the war, we've created a whole new, more exigent, more urgent issue, which is closure on the Straits of Hormuz and getting that open as fully and as quickly as possible. So that's the main issue right here. The nuclear issue can be kicked down the road. Iran is not an imminent nuclear threat. We have time for that. We don't have time with the Strait.
Yeah, I mean, you've written an article, and I think you're getting at the same point you're making in the article, in which you said President Trump has gone from wanting to stop Iran from ever having a nuclear weapon. But you also say that Iran already had an extremely effective, what you call, doomsday weapon. And for the benefit of our viewers, I just wondered what that doomsday weapon is that you're referring to. Is it the Strait of Hormuz?
Oh, yes. The closure or control of the Strait of Hormuz is the doomsday weapon. And even though we just put a blockade on Iran, they had a 40-day head start. Something like 20% of the world's oil, 25% of the LNG, all sorts of other distillates from oil, to say nothing of food. That's having immediate consequences. Ships move very slowly, about the speed of a bicycle. So even if the Strait opens tomorrow, it's going to take so much time to get the needed products that emerge from the Straits of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf to the rest of the world. So it's already had consequences globally, especially in Asia, and they're only going to compound with time.
President Trump talked about the JCPOA, on which you worked, as being one of the worst deals he'd ever seen. I'm sure you've had that put to you many times before. I'm wondering whether you think his art of the deal savoir-faire that him and his team bring to the table is actually likely to produce something better.
Very unlikely. If President Trump didn't like the JCPOA, he could have negotiated a better deal while still observing the JCPOA. We wouldn't be where we are now. You know, there's a saying in Silicon Valley, move fast and break things, that's popular among tech bros. President Trump has moved fast and broken an international system that was working relatively well. He's not going to be able to put that together again. Whatever the new normal is after this war, it's going to be more expensive and less stable. And that's a consequence of him ripping up the JCPOA.
And what about with the lineup of his team? You haven't mentioned them, but you've said in other news interviews that you think that team is somewhat out of its depth. Why do you think that?
Well, again, you know, there's old Hillary Clinton saying it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a bureaucracy to negotiate a complex deal. He has destroyed the foreign policy bureaucracy in the United States. He's used his sort of loyalty to him as the human resources metric for key positions, as opposed to expertise. So now we have a situation where foreign policy is being made by the president, by two or three people who are his good friends, but who don't have the relevant expertise. So that's the problem. Even if the U.S. is willing to negotiate in good faith with Iran, which it really isn't now, I'm questionable as to whether it's able to.
I mean, in previous administrations, would it have been customary to contact people like you who've got in-depth knowledge of a country like Iran? You speak the language, you've sat across the table from the Iranians before. I mean, it would stand to reason that you would be consulted. You haven't been. Is that something new in US politics?
Well, I'm retired, and I'm certainly not the only person with the relevant expertise on Iran in the U.S. government. But, I mean, this was relatively unique about the Obama administration and JCPOA. Not only did they have experts, but they were willing to use them. There's an old saying, the greater the crisis, the less the expertise is brought to bear on it. That's usually the case in foreign policy. It's the case now, but it wasn't the case in the Obama administration. We had a great team doing negotiations, not just the people who showed up in Vienna or Geneva, but also hundreds and hundreds of people who were backstopping them. And that's what's missing, not just the people with expertise across the table, but the whole infrastructure of foreign policy that supports them. That's not working anymore.
You know the mindset of the Iranian people, well, at least the Iranian negotiating team, and I'm wondering what you think are things that work with them and things that don't work with them. I mean, we've had a lot of threats, for example, from President Trump in recent days and weeks. I mean, does that chime with them? Does that have the desired outcome?
Tom, no, it doesn't. No, I mean, at this point, they've thoroughly discounted President Trump's threats. In terms of the type of people, the people negotiating, at least when I was doing it, and at that time, Arakchi was the defense foreign minister, they're professional, they know their portfolio, they know the history of the issues, and they're really good at what they do. Now, the difference now from 2015 is you've got new leadership in Iran. It's more militarized. It's more hardline. You don't have an overarching figure who can settle internal disputes like you had when you had the former Ayatollah Khamenei. His son doesn't have the power, even if he's in good health, and there are questions about that. So all things being equal, it's much harder to negotiate with the Iranians now because of that internal, not turmoil, but just discussions which take longer to reach a head.
So if you had any advice where you asked for it by the current U.S. negotiating team, what would you tell them to do more of?
Well, unfortunately, Tom, in many ways, it's already too late. You know, the system is broken and there's zero trust between the two sides. We've attacked them twice in the middle of negotiations. So there's no magic bullet here. But what I would tell them is you need to roll up your sleeves and negotiate for long periods of time, because it's going to take a lot of time, not to settle all the issues, just to settle the most basic issues.
So, I mean, it sounds like you've pretty much lost hope in there being a diplomatic solution, at least anytime soon.
I haven't lost hope, but if I'm giving you odds, the odds are very long. I think it's far more likely we get this rolling ceasefire extension, even though I hear recently that President Trump says, well, we're going to give them 3 to 5 days. The problem with ceasefires, if they're not moving toward a resolution, they're unstable and they lead to escalation. So, yeah, I'm not optimistic at all.
I mean, the Iranians think this ceasefire extension is simply about buying time. That's exactly how they described it, a ploy to buy time, they said. I mean, buying time for what, do you think?
For another attack. Again, their experience is that when the U.S. says we want to negotiate, they're preparing to attack. There's literally zero trust. And again, on the U.S. side, they seem to think that Iran is incapable of living up to whatever negotiations they agree to, which is at least their public line. So, yeah, there's serious concern. I mean, Iran is prepared for future attacks, and it would rather suffer those attacks than capitulate, show weakness, and in their mind, invite further aggression from the United States and Israel.
What are the optics of the extension of that ceasefire, do you think? Does it signal strength, or does it signal a lack of any alternatives?
It's interesting. You can look at it two ways. On the one hand, you can say that Iran stood firm. They said that they were not going to negotiate until the blockade was lifted, and President Trump blinked in terms of extending the ceasefire. But on the other hand, Iran also wants this resolved. This blockade is hurting them. They're worried that if there's sort of a no war, no peace situation, that Israel and the U.S. could attack any time. And don't forget, Israel doesn't want a negotiated solution. Israel wants to continue attacks on Iran, and they're going to be pushing for that. So even though it seems Iran has the upper hand, I think Iran is also very, very concerned with the status quo right now.
I mean, a lot of experts we've spoken to seem to suggest that there were some miscalculations made by the Trump administration, also by Israel, and one of them being that they thought that the decapitation of senior figures in the Iranian leadership was going to have a major effect. I mean, what do you think has been the impact of those decapitations? Has it made things easier? Has it improved the likelihood of a solution being found?
Well, you're being unusually diplomatic, Tom, in saying there is a chance of a slight miscalculation. This was a massive strategic blunder, this war, on the scale of the 2003 Iraq war, perhaps greater. and it's going to have much more far-lasting consequences. So, again, yes, the thought was there would be decapitation, a couple of shock and awe strikes, and the Iranians would be cowed and agree to the maximalist, in Iranian eyes, U.S. demands of them. That's not happening. Again, this regime is, in its eyes, fighting for its life, as opposed to the U.S., where this is a war of choice, heading into elections in November. So Iran is not going to compromise until it gets much of what it wants, which is security, a way that this doesn't happen again in 6 months or a year, and money, because they have to rebuild.
Do you buy into those who say that the decapitations of those senior figures has actually resulted in replacements that are more radical than the people who were decapitated to begin with?
Oh, my goodness, yes. Any deal the U.S. gets now will be far worse than the one they could have gotten before the war started. And that's in large part because by these decapitation strikes and these military actions, you've got a regime in place now, the IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and a hardline faction of the IRGC that, as I said, are far less user-friendly to negotiations, far more truculent and bellicose, and less willing to negotiate.
I mean, just lastly, I mean, this war will end eventually. I mean, as things stand, I mean, who does it look like will emerge on top?
No one. I can tell you who's going to emerge on bottom: the Iranian people, the people of the Gulf, the people in the world economy, because you're going to have more inflation and other pressures and less growth. So who's going to emerge on top? Certainly not Iran, because they'll emerge more immiserated economically than before, and certainly not the U.S., because, we've wasted half of our THAADs, half of our missile interceptors, half of our Patriot interceptors. So this is lose-lose.
All right. We really appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. Alan Eyre, former senior U.S. diplomat, former member of the U.S. negotiating team for the JCPOA, now at the Middle East Institute. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Take care, Tom.
Well, we're joined now by Elisa Ewers, who is a former U.S. national security official, now senior fellow for Middle East Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. She joins us from Washington. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Let's just start by talking about where we are right now. The ceasefire has been extended without an agreement. There is a blockade that is still in place on Iranian ports. Ships have come under fire today in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, just looking at where things are right now, some might say we're further from a diplomatic solution than ever. Where do you think we are?
Well, thank you for having me. I think that's right. I think we are seeing, in some ways, a repeat of escalatory steps, with the U.S. using the blockade as an economic pressure tool to try and coerce the Iranian government to come to the table and make concessions, and the Iranian government meeting that escalation with continued threats on the Strait. And so we're seeing something that we saw, I think, early on in the war now, 55 days ago when it started, that both sides seek to escalate to get the other side to the table. And we're in one of those escalatory cycles right now. What's unclear is who blinks first. Right? The pressure economically is what the Iranian government is using to get the United States to be willing to come off its maximalist demands. The United States is trying to get the Iranian government to do the same.
Right. Well, neither side has come to the table. And in fact, President Trump has unilaterally extended the ceasefire. So does that mean he is the one who blinked first?
Well, I think what we're seeing is a change in policy from the Trump administration to use economic tools, right? The combination of an increase in sanctions designations with the military blockade to kind of take a step back from active military strikes inside of Iran, but nonetheless keep the pressure on. I'm not sure that symbols blinking so much as a change in tactic at this point to see if the economic piece works to the Trump administration's advantage. I think the challenge here is that the Iranian government is not coming to the table and making concessions, and it's hard to imagine that it will agree to capitulate under these circumstances. So the economic picture globally is going to continue to worsen, and that's going to put pressure on the Trump administration.
So you're saying more on the Trump administration than on the Iranian side?
I think we've seen the Iranian side has been able to absorb and withstand this kind of pressure time and again. It is not necessarily unwilling to take that kind of pain, especially if it can use the Strait as leverage to get what it wants in the negotiations. And so the global economic picture is really what it is using to put pressure on the Trump administration. And I think that is likely, given the context of the economic picture, the context of what's happening here at home in the United States in terms of a lack of support by American people for this war, I think that combination certainly puts a lot more pressure on the Trump administration.
You've co-authored a piece that I read on the Council on Foreign Relations website in which you and your co-author argue that US policy since this conflict began has been, to paraphrase you, incoherent, and you've also said that controllable mistakes had been made. I'm wondering what you think the US has got so wrong these last 6 or 7 weeks.
Well, I think the fundamental miscalculation here is that the belief that this Iranian government would agree to capitulate or surrender under military and economic pressure. Fundamentally, even with the decapitation of the previous regime leaders, it really is hard to imagine that the government would accept kind of betraying its foundational ideologies and accept what would amount to regime change under this kind of pressure. And I think that's a fundamental miscalculation of who you're dealing with on the other side. I think the other miscalculation was that the Iranian government wouldn't put the Strait of Hormuz at risk because it would come at great economic cost to Iran. And that's a fundamental misreading of how the Iranian government thinks about leverage. It doesn't really care about the economic impacts on the Iranian people. It doesn't care about the military strikes that might cause the Iranian people to suffer. It is looking for a way to survive, and this is an existential fight for it. So these fundamental miscalculations of how the Iranian regime will operate, I think, are at the heart of some of the flaws in the strategy.
And to what do you attribute those miscalculations? I mean, was all of this done in perhaps too much of a hurry, in your opinion?
I think there was a belief that the Iranian government was under tremendous pressure over a period of time. Whether you go back to the 12-day war last year, when its nuclear and other military infrastructure was under attack and considerably degraded in those strikes, whether you look at the protests in Iran just in December, in January, you look at the degradation of Iran's proxies throughout the region, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah. And I think in combination, there's a picture there that perhaps the Iranian government is at its weakest point ever. And that may be true. What is also true is what the Iranian government's willing to do to survive. And so I think those two truths kind of live in the same place. And weren't exactly given the same weight that they should have in making these decisions to strike Iran at this point.
And in terms of the replacement of the decapitated individuals in the Iranian leadership, I mean, have we ended up with a more extreme, a more radical group of leaders than perhaps was there before the war started?
Well, I think what we are seeing is a consolidation of power that's been underway for years, where the IRGC, the military elements of the power structure inside of Iran, are in ascendance and in extreme position of power. They're not the only elements of the Iranian government. It is not a monolith. And so there are other power centers, but we are certainly seeing that the IRGC is taking a consolidated position of power in whatever's coming next. I think it's important, certainly from a U.S. An American analyst's perspective, to be a little bit humble about our understanding of how the Iranian regime operates, how they make decisions, how they assess risk. This may be changing, but at the end of the day, they are no less committed to the ideology of the revolution than those leaders and commanders who were eliminated in the decapitation campaign.
Right. I mean, it's a complex dossier, isn't it? And one that requires knowledge and understanding of the history and what's happened before. I mean, really encyclopedic knowledge, because the people on the other side of the negotiating table, i.e. the Iranians, have got it. I mean, that's all they've been really doing for these last several years. And we seem to be hearing time and time again, a lot of the people we speak to, veterans of the US diplomatic service, military veterans, who say that their opinions, their warnings are disregarded. Do you share that sense that the Trump administration is not tapping into the rich resource it has at home, i.e. this expertise?
Well, the Trump administration has demonstrated from the very beginning of its second term its disdain for expertise, its disdain for the career service, whether it is at the State Department and the diplomatic corps or elsewhere in the federal government. And so it's no surprise that they would dismiss that expertise now, to the extent that any of it still exists. So you have to remember that the Trump administration has done a very significant cutting of resources, both in terms of money, but in terms of personnel in places like the State Department. And so what is left is a shadow of what it once was. And you combine that with an interest or a priority in just those who are close to the president and of making these decisions and being part of the debate and excluding the voices of those who may have either a different perspective or a richer understanding of the complexities.
Okay, but I mean, if I put that point to someone in the Trump administration, they might say this is a decades-old problem. None of that expertise has resolved it. So perhaps some new approaches will. That will be their argument. What would you say to that?
I would say that that's an interesting theory of the case. The problem is that the Iranian government still gets a vote. And so understanding how the person across the table from you is going to approach the situation and negotiation, how they will respond to pressure, these are tools that are important. Even if you take a different strategy or a different tactic in trying to resolve the problem, you still need to understand those who are sitting across the table from you and understand what the second and third order effects of some of your policy decisions will be. So it doesn't preclude you from taking a different approach, but that approach should be informed. And so that would be my response.
Let's talk briefly about Iran's allies, China and Russia. I mean, they've got a lot of common interests, a lot of alignment and interests with Iran. Why have they not come to Iran's aid? And do you think perhaps Iran, when it threatened that it had some more cards it was going to be playing just a couple of days ago, might have perhaps been referring to China or Russia?
Well, I think it's clear when we saw the mediators from Islamabad go to Beijing before the first round of talks that China is certainly playing a role, perhaps behind the scenes, in looking for ways to de-escalate a continued kind of crisis in the Middle East. Isn't in China's long-term interest. It may be to its interest in the short term, seeing the United States kind of bogged down in the Middle East. Obviously, the cost, the resources that have gone into this war come at the opportunity cost of having U.S. forces positioned elsewhere. And so in some ways, that's to China's advantage in the short term. In the long term, though, a region that is destabilized is not in its interest. So I think we're probably seeing that Beijing is playing a role behind the scenes. I think when the Iranian government said that it had cards to play, it could include that. It could also include things like threatening the Bab el-Mandeb in the Red Sea, which we have not seen happen yet in this war, but is a card that the Iranian government has not yet played.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, ahead of the piece that I was referring to earlier that you co-authored for the Council of Foreign Relations. It says this: the Iran war has validated much of what US analysts had predicted, and it has exposed how little of that analysis shaped the decisions that led to the US military campaign. So my last question to you is this, Elisa. I mean, have these last 6 weeks for you been a bit like watching a car crash in slow motion?
I think that's an excellent analogy. Yes, it's knowing that this is likely to have great second and third order effects, and watching those behind the wheel not consider those effects while they continue to speed up the car, to keep your analogy going. And so I think that's a pretty apt analogy. In fact, the bigger issue is what happens now that perhaps we're watching the crash in real time. What kinds of decisions will the Trump administration make to either find an exit ramp that is acceptable or risk continuing an escalation in the near term?
Okay, well, on that note, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for keeping my analogy going. We're going to leave it there. Elisa Ewers, former US national security official, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you for having me.
We're joined now by Thomas Pickering, former Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, who served as the US ambassador in Russia, India, the UN, Israel and Jordan. In fact, King Hussein of Jordan once declared you, and I quote, the best American ambassador I've ever dealt with. So, Ambassador Pickering there, I've teed you up with all of your credentials there, and I know you've managed and been involved with numerous diplomatic crises in this region. I mean, what do you make of this one? We're in a situation where both sides skipped the latest round of peace talks in Pakistan. Where are we?
I think that, thank you for your kind introduction. And I thought Kissinger was a tyrannical but merciless, but very, very intelligent boss. We are now in a situation where force is not succeeding on its own, despite patient hopes for that, where we have a strategy-less process we're engaged in, where negotiation holds out the only hope. And as you just pointed out, the talks in Pakistan are not being attended.
Right, and you mentioned Henry Kissinger just there. I mean, former U.S. Secretary of State for whom you served as special assistant very early in your career. I mean, what do you think he'd have made of all of this?
I think he'd been aghast. The elements I mentioned, force alone, force is an important point in influencing and leveraging negotiations. That's not to be put aside. At the same time, the inability to engage with useful ideas, and I'd be glad to exchange mine with you, and the sense that we have not been able to engage at all is a disaster. A brief history. In the period before the JCPOA, four of us in New York, with the inspiration of a friend, opened conversations with the Iranians because we thought it was important to talk to them. Not that we love them, but it's important to talk to them. We did a lot of work leading up to the JCPOA, and we kept the U.S. government informed, and we followed that with great interest. The denunciation from the JCPOA of President Trump was only one of the, quote, inspirations for the present conflict, and it was a disaster. The JCPOA was not perfect, but twice in the early part of his first administration, he reported to the United States that the U.S. intelligence community said the Iranians were observing it.
Okay, and clearly, as you alluded to there, bridges were built with the Iranians by people like you and seasoned diplomats. I mean, do you get the impression that with the decapitation of many senior figures in Iran, in fact, the scope for building bridges is now greatly reduced?
Yes, but I'd also like to talk at home. A third of the American professional foreign service has been unconsciously and without reason dismissed, replaced by politicians, however well-meaning in their support of Trump, are totally ignorant of the problem and are learning on the job. For a great country that had professions of world leadership, that is not a formula for success.
Do you see any parallels between these talks that have, been going on for some time and haven't yet yielded any results, and the talks in Ukraine, which have been going on for considerably longer and have also yielded very few results? Because one common denominator is, of course, some of the people involved in those talks on the US side. Do you see any parallels?
Yes. Amateurism has its own, quote, rewards in both places.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about the fact that the United States is sort of on its own with this one. Militarily speaking, none of America's close allies volunteered their services, their assistance militarily. And I wonder whether you think it makes a difference going into negotiations without that support for the United States. Do you think it does?
Yes, of course it does. I believe that the task of diplomacy in conflict is to support a multilateral participation, world unanimity, or at least rallying around a leader, are very significant in conveying messages to a foreign government that they are, put it this way, less out of the hole than they might think they are in their own internal assessments.
Why do you think America's allies were so reluctant to step in and join this?
Because it's a war of choice with no reasons, with frenetic efforts to try on a multiple basis to defend it, with no real rationale for dealing with it, and a notion that somehow we can muscle by destructive power the Iranians, whose regime does not have more than an odious reputation in the United States, some capacity to respond to this in a creative and constructive way without any really new ideas and some bad old ones on how to negotiate a solution. Other than that, a perfect strategy.
Okay. How dangerous do you think the situation is right now? Do you see things escalating much further from here, or do you think we're going to be in this sort of state of semi-managed limbo for some time to come?
The latter is not a perfect alternative, but hoped for escalation. Escalation, most unfortunately, had a whiff of this 2 weeks ago with civilization destruction bombing and potential senses that we might go nuclear is very, very destructive, very, put it this way, potentially catastrophic. I don't know who that might bring in. I don't know what unleashing of uncertainty and decision-making it might bring. One of the worst alternatives we could foresee in a world that is in difficult shape is that we get unleashed upon civilization a nuclear catastrophe of gigantic proportions. This is to be deeply feared and widely avoided, and we have been successful for a long period of time. But those of us who lived through the atomic bombing in Second World War and understand the destructive power a little bit of what's out there realize that this is not a solution either. It is something we have to spend a great deal of time avoiding. And I'm sorry to bring in all of these matters which may seem extraneous, but they're not too far from deep concerns now in a strategic sense.
Do you have any sense of déjà vu with this particular crisis? Are there any experiences in your own career that you find yourself drawing parallels with, Ambassador?
Yes, of course. The tragedy over Vietnam had some elements of this. Another destructive war that led to enormous casualties and a long-term solution. Eventually, negotiations took hold, and some of it was Henry Kissinger's inspiration in how to resolve it. But we had numerous other conflicts across the globe, which are too numerous to mention, which in themselves are indicative of world instability and something we should be working to deal with. I was ambassador in Colombia. In El Salvador. I worked hard on Colombia. All of those were suffused with insurgencies and conflicts that played a role, and that's only an example.
Yeah, I mean, one of the parallels between this crisis and many of the crises of the era that you were talking about there are obviously the spectre of China and Russia in the background as well. And I'm wondering whether we might see those two countries come from being in the background to being in the foreground in this particular crisis.
Yes, of course. They're always there. Russia's playing a role with Iran. That's indisputable. China is interesting. And I've always thought, in looking at the future of Iran, China was, put it this way, not an ally, not a partner, but a significant power that had serious economic interest in oil in the Gulf, and therefore was more than, put it this way, ethically or culturally compelled, which is not necessarily a Chinese attribute, to participate with us. And they have, in their own way, in some fashion, to bring this to a negotiated solution. They are not principal partners. They're not suggestors of ideas or alternatives. What power they have to exercise in Iran in their own interest is their own business so far. But I don't believe they necessarily are working against us. They are a potential for us to enlist. And we should have active diplomacy, whatever the perilous or non-perilous state of our relationships, in dealing with China and talking to them and doing what we can to enlist them. All, I think, victims of the strategyless approach of this administration.
I just want to ask you about Pakistan's efforts to mediate a solution to this. How do you rate their skills and their diplomatic efforts up until this point?
3.5 on a scale of 5. They've been very good, very helpful. They have their own interests. Pakistan is a problem with which a country with which we've had problems, but not necessarily all resolved. And the field marshal, who's leader of Pakistan, has been useful, important, and helpful. And bringing in the Iranians, we should continue to work with Pakistan. It's a good nexus for dealing with the problem. But we should go there with ideas and creativity as well as hard-nosed leverage.
Okay, I mean, they've got a tough job, haven't they? I mean, how far off are we in terms of months? I mean, very difficult to say, I know, but how far off do you think we are from a lasting solution?
I think it's a very interesting prediction. I want to tell you about a few ideas because I think they're important. And I think with the adoption of a few ideas, this could be much more foreshortened. Predictions about timing and diplomacy are perilous. I won't make them. I think that if we were to adopt a more creative strategy and to work hard and to use our leverage to move this question and to upset the notion that is central to this, that Iran's interest in nuclear weapons, which is not, put it this way, anywhere close to zero, is something that can be dealt with and has to be dealt with on a negotiated basis, not on an absolute prohibition with no apparent interest in Trump so far in President Reagan's wonderful mantra, test but verify. The monitoring and verification of Iran's nuclear program is essential to give us assurance that any assurances we get in negotiation are going to be carried out, and anything else is, put it this way, a terrible deal. But my view is that we need assurances. We need serious limitations on Iran's nuclear activities. Certainly an absolute commitment that we can trace not to build a nuclear weapon. Turning everything they have, including the 60% material, into nuclear fuel. 3.67% enrichment is the standard for nuclear fuel. The creation of a consortium of Gulf states to do joint enrichment so we have transparency. The creation of a UN facility in addition to the IEA to monitor this particular problem. These are all hard challenges, but they are linked with the Strait of Hormuz. In reopening the Strait of Hormuz, the toll idea is nefarious. It will violate the law of the sea treaty. It will lead to other states around the world shutting down straits and charging us money. Not a useful arrangement for international trade. But my idea is that we should get the exporting countries of oil, particularly in the northern Persian Arab Gulf, to begin to charge levies based on the amount of oil being shipped out of Hormuz, that they could go into a fund. And while this may seem to be, put it this way, too kind to Iran, that money, which is not, put it this way, a low sum, the tolls would have produced, if every ship covered it in normal traffic, $90 billion plus a year. And that money should be used to entice the Iranians into negotiations, to be used to encourage them to agree to the kinds of conditions that make sense, and also to be used to rebuild Iran, for which we have some responsibility for a war of choice.
Okay, well, that may very well end up being one of the legacies of this conflict. Just to sort of wrap up this conversation, Ambassador, are there any words of advice, were you asked for it, that you would offer to the Trump administration and to the negotiating team that's trying to broker an end to this crisis?
Stay tough, get smart, make sure you get your professionals back and engaged, know the situation, use intelligence, build allies, and act like a world leader, not a mercurial, chaotic fool.
Okay, well, that's sound words of advice there. Thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking...
As you can see, I'm not a current fan of the current administration. And I'm sure I will pay a price, but happy to do so. It's my country.
Well, we appreciate you being so frank with us. Thank you very much indeed. Thomas Pickering.
Thank you, Tom, very much for your questions and the opportunity to be with you. It's a real honor.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Bye-bye.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The war in the Middle East is rewriting the global energy map. Strikes on Iranian and Arab Gulf energy infrastructure and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the umbilical cord of world oil supply, have already sent shockwaves through commodity markets. And the risks are far from over. Yemen's Houthis, largely on the sidelines since the conflict erupted a month ago, appear to be signaling a potential entry into the war, raising the spectre of a simultaneous closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. If that happens, the consequences for global oil flows would be even more severe. Against that backdrop, Goldman Sachs has dramatically revised its oil price projections upward for this year and into 2027, warning that this war will permanently bake a security premium into long-term crude prices. In their latest report, the bank warns that in a worst-case scenario, the world could face a persistent loss of 2 million barrels of oil a day that cannot be quickly reversed. And Goldman Sachs says that in any case, the price of a barrel of Brent crude could spike past $147 shattering the all-time record set back in 2008. To break all of this down, I'm joined now by Goldman Sachs chief oil analyst and co-head of commodity research, Dan Stryven. Dan, welcome to the program. Dan, currently, what is your base case scenario for the duration of the war and the reopening of Hormuz? And how long will it take for the Gulf production to ramp up back to pre-war levels, given the stoppages announced and the damages sustained to some of the energy infrastructure and fields?
Yeah, so our working assumption, our base case, is that flows through the Strait, which are still down by 95% from normal levels, start a gradual recovery in mid-April, and then are back at normal levels by mid-May. But the risks are skewed towards delays, and therefore we lay out alternative scenarios for both Hormuz flows and for higher prices in our risk scenarios. In their base case, flows through the Strait are back near normal levels by mid-May, and then we assume an additional month required to normalize production, upstream production in the Middle East, which would then put you sort of in a mid-June timeframe for a normalization of production. We had a few data points from some of the largest oil producers in the world, including the CEO from Saudi Aramco, who said that production could come back within days, at most weeks. We also had an official from the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation suggesting that production may take somewhat longer to come back. The risks to our base case timeline for recovering production by mid-June are skewed towards delays.
But then what's your most pessimistic scenario then?
I think the most pessimistic scenario for oil supply is a scenario where flows through the Strait take longer to recover, and where you could see persistent scarring to oil production potential in the region. We did review the 5 prior largest oil supply shocks in history, and it was quite remarkable that averaging across those 5 episodes, recognizing significant differences across episodes, on average, oil production 4 years after the start of the shock was still down by just over 40% in the affected country. And so the risk scenario where oil production potential in the region, which accounts for 1/3 of global oil production, remains 2 million barrels per day lower, perhaps on the back of damage to oil infrastructure, such as, for instance, export terminals. That scenario is plausible, and it's informed by our review of historical large oil supply shocks.
Dan, do we have a figure or a number on the current deficit in the oil market currently?
Yeah, so at the moment, our estimate is that global oil markets are probably in a deficit in the tune of 13 million barrels per day or so. The math is that before this shock, the market was in a moderate surplus. We're losing about 19 million barrels per day of flows from the Strait, talking about exports as opposed to production. Production itself is down less dramatically. But we have been impressed by the redirection through pipelines, both the East-West pipeline and also the Fujairah pipeline in the UAE. And so we're seeing flows through these pipelines being about 5 to 6 million barrels per day higher than normal. And so, if that sort of gives you 19 minus 6, call it, roughly a 13 million barrels per day loss in terms of oil exports available to the market. Actual production losses are somewhat more limited as producers are storing some of the production that they can't export.
We will later come to the East-West pipeline and that Saudi turnaround over there. But first, in your recent report, Dan, you speak of a post-shock model. Will oil prices remain higher for longer? Take us through your oil price projections over the short and medium term first, and then I'll ask you about the structural changes driving those projections.
Yeah, great. So in the base case that we discussed, where flows through the Strait normalize by mid-May and production in the region normalizes by mid-June, in that base case scenario, we see Brent averaging $85 in 2026, ending the year around $80 per barrel. That is about $20 higher than what we would have been looking for in the absence of the Iran war. Even if by year end, we assume that production in the Middle East has normalized. In fact, we expect production in the Middle East to be slightly higher by year end than in the absence of the war, because we would assume that producers such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have substantial spare capacity that's available once the strait opens, would focus on stabilizing markets and making sure that inventory levels, which we expect to draw a lot, can normalize to more average levels. Now, that $80 Brent year-end base case forecast is about $20 higher than what we would have forecasted without the war for three reasons. One, very large draws in commercial oil inventories, and lower inventories typically mean higher oil prices. Second, we do think that the market would likely risk adjust effective spare capacity, because spare capacity is concentrated. And therefore, we think that long-dated oil prices, sort of the back end of the oil futures curve, should be about $5 higher than in the absence of the shock. And third, we think that positioning, which was quite short going into 2026, we think positioning should be persistently somewhat higher as investors are willing to pay a premium, a security premium for available barrels. And along with sort of the rotation into hard assets that you're seeing across macro markets, this is sort of the third reason why we look for higher prices for longer, even if the strait normalizes.
Dan, I want to zone in on the security premium post this war. Over the longer term, what are the structural changes to oil pricing do you expect to happen? Will this higher geopolitical security premium embed itself into oil prices? Would countries from now on turn to strategic stockpiling more aggressively? And what would be the implications for this enhanced security sensitivity be on supply and demand?
Yeah, absolutely. So one key reason we look for lower global commercial oil inventories by year end, which was sort of the first reason I discussed for higher prices because of the war, is that while in the short term we expect significant strategic petroleum reserve releases while the disruption lasts, we do think that this event will lead to very significant refilling of strategic petroleum reserves. Two reasons. One, we'll end the summer or the fall with very low strategic petroleum reserve levels, especially in countries like the US relative to historical standards. So even normalizing SPR levels will require significant refilling. And second, we think this shock will incentivize policymakers to target higher equilibrium, steady state SPR levels. And in fact, the US SPR program, it's not a sale, it's a loan. Borrowers who are now getting access from April 1st, from tomorrow, to US SPR barrels, they're expected to give 20% more barrels back down the road than what they receive. It's a sizable 20% sort of interest rate expressed in barrels.
Going back to the logistical aspects and the transportation aspects of the oil market, the Houthis in Yemen have been mostly on the sidelines since the war broke out a month ago, but it seems they have made a couple of what seems to be a warning shots in the last couple of days. If they do enter the war, Dan, and if this Hormuz disruption is accompanied with the closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, what is the impact on oil flows here?
Yeah, it's an important risk that we're monitoring closely. So the facts are the following. We estimate that oil exports, so both crude and products, through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the moment are around 7 million barrels per day. They're up about 1 million barrels per day, 1 million barrels per day over the last month, as you have seen an impressive pickup of crude exports from Saudi Arabia coming via the East-West pipeline to the Yanbu port, and then going to Asia. I think we've learned that most shippers are risk averse. If there were attacks on oil tankers, you could expect a meaningful drop in volumes there as well. Now, there is some optionality to reroute some of the flows via the Suez Canal, via Europe, via the Mediterranean. But there are two challenges. One, the very large crude carriers, once they're full, they're too heavy, they're too deep to go through, and so you would have to use a pipeline or bring smaller ships to the region. And the second problem is it really extends the journey, and the tightening Hormuz shock is very much an Asia-centric shock, or at least initially, and it takes a lot more time to go to Asia via the Mediterranean and the African Cape of Good Hope than going directly via Bab el-Mandeb.
How high can oil get in such a scenario if we do get a closure of the Bab el-Mandeb as well? The maximum we saw intraday so far is $120.
We laid out a severely adverse risk scenario in our work. In that scenario, we assume the Strait of Hormuz closes for 10 weeks, and we have 2 million barrels per day of persistent scarring. And in that scenario, prices in the short term exceed $150 per barrel in April, and end the year at $115 per barrel, so well above our $80 base case for end 2026. I think you're asking about a slightly different, a severely adverse scenario where oil prices could be similar. But the critical question, I think, for the long term is, will production from the region eventually fully recover or not? That's ultimately the most important question to think about oil prices 12, 18 months from now.
Dan, does the recent U.S. Treasury General license to allow sale of Iranian oil on the water, does it change the picture, physical picture, or does it just simply allows this oil to reach a bigger subset of customers outside of China? And do you expect traders and financial institutions to remain wary of getting implicated in Iranian oil despite this temporary lift in sanctions?
Yeah, so the data that we're tracking point to only a slight pickup in the pace of imports of Iranian crude following the easing of sanctions. To your point, I think a lot of buyers are still thinking through the risks associated with buying Iranian crude, also reputational risks. And so the data point to only a modest pickup in imports of both actually Iranian and Russian crude. More broadly, so I think this supports our point that this shock is too big for policymakers to fully offset. Yes, we look for somewhat higher SPR releases. Yes, we look for somewhat faster arrivals of crude from Iran and Russia, but these policies are only very partial offsets to the very large Hormuz shock.
Dan, over to the United States. U.S. shale was slowing in the past year or so. Does the current situation change your outlook for shale? Do the higher prices encourage higher capex, or do you expect the shale players to remain cautious and more capital disciplined?
Directionally, incrementally, this suggests that production from U.S. shale could be somewhat higher than otherwise, but I think we're really talking, 300, 400 KBD more than in the absence of the war, which again is quite modest relative to the size of the shock. Two challenges that U.S. shale companies are facing. One, we do think that their inventory of high quality acreage is gradually depleting somewhat. And second, to your point, they have been capital disciplined. When they are capital disciplined, capital markets reward them financially from a stock price perspective, and we think they will remain capital disciplined. So slightly higher shale production makes sense. After all, it's still the most important, short-term price elastic part of the global supply and demand balance, abstracting from OPEC spare capacity. But again, it is quite modest. And if this shock were to last a lot longer than our base case, most of the rebalancing would have to operate via demand destruction as opposed to supply responses.
Dan, you've pointed earlier on to the east-west Saudi pipeline. Given that Saudi has been able to shift loadings to its west coast on the Red Sea at Yanbu, how would you describe this Saudi turnaround and how fast it was undertaken? And does this infrastructure hedge or bet finally comes to fruition not only for Saudi, but for the entire global oil market? And given the current prices, what is your expectations of the net impact on Saudi oil export revenues in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so I think it is impressive and faster and bigger than what most analysts were looking for. I think the volumes through the East-West pipeline at the moment, estimated around 7 million barrels per day, are significantly bigger than, for instance, estimates of pipeline maximum potential that agencies such as the IEA or the U.S. And the Department of Energy have put out. So that's very impressive. It's the most powerful, but still partial offset to the sharp loss in Hormuz flows, more powerful than SPR releases or releases of sanctioned crude. I think the impact on Saudi oil export revenues depends on the offsetting balancing act between slightly lower volumes and higher prices. And I think it depends on the horizon. I think in the first few weeks of the conflict, before you saw this big ramp up in pipeline flows, the impact on revenues may have been somewhat negative. But if I look at our, for instance, 2026 second half forecast, we forecast higher oil prices than in the absence of the Iran war, as we discussed, roughly $20 higher. And we actually have production from the region, especially producers with spare capacity such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, higher than in the absence of the shock, because we assume that OPEC will stabilize markets. And so in the second half, both the price component and the volume component in your export revenue formula would point to higher revenues.
Dan, the media focus is on crude prices as they rise, but certain products have realized even higher price jumps like jet fuel and diesel. What are the dynamics in those products markets, and where do you see the biggest shortages forming?
Yeah, so we think this is even a bigger tightening shock for refined products, especially heavy refined products such as diesel and jet fuel and fuel oil, than for crude markets. 3 reasons. One, in contrast to crude, the starting point for refined product markets was already a very tight market with very high global refinery utilization rates, while the crude market was in a small surplus. Second, the key challenge for the heavier refined oil products is not only that the Middle East is a very important exporter of, for instance, jet fuel. The key problem is that the Middle East is the key producer of heavy and medium crude, which is the key input into making the heavier refined products such as jet fuel and diesel. And so as a result, we're seeing meaningful refinery run cuts in Asia with less production of refined products such as jet. And third, the policy response is less powerful for refined products. The SPR releases by the US government, for instance, it's of crude. It's not of refined oil products. Similarly, the releases of sanctioned barrels, it's mostly crude. So it's a bigger shock for heavy refined oil products than for crude. And yeah, we do think that prices for refined products such as jet and diesel are likely to stay significantly higher than in the absence of the shock for longer. And another fourth challenge is that it may take more time for refineries to come back than for upstream production, because reports suggest that damage to upstream oil production capacity is still quite limited so far, while we have seen more reports of potential damage to midstream refining production capacity.
Interesting piece of information there, Dan. My final question to you, looking at the oil consumer markets, which market is the hardest hit, you think? Is it the Asian or the European market?
I would say it's Europe. Two reasons. One, if you look at the share, for instance, of oil and natural gas in primary energy consumption, in Europe, it's around 2/3. If you look at China, India, it's around 1/4. The reason is that countries such as India and China rely heavily on coal and other alternative fuels. And the second challenge for Europe is that Europe is not only facing a spike in petroleum product prices, it's also facing a spike in natural gas prices. And in Europe, in countries such as Italy, natural gas prices tend to set the power price at the margin. So Europe, in a sense, is facing a triple whammy of higher petroleum product prices, higher natural gas prices, and higher power prices.
You dance anyway and celebrate till the next morning.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Because humans are naturally nostalgic, they search for their beginnings and the first moments of everything around them. It is in our nature to cherish what we consider precious, to protect our memories, even those that break our hearts. Who among us has not kept the letter yellow with time? A lover's perfume in a glass bottle. A grandmother's earrings passed through gentle hands. A photograph. A record. A book that carries the warmth of a heartbeat. Can we say that everyone has their own museum? Why do we chase the warmth of faces long gone, the echo of feelings that once lived within us? Why does the human heart wander endlessly backward, spending half its life in the soft light of yesterday? What are the origins of the museum? When did humanity decide that its treasures should belong to everyone? The story of museums, those guardians of culture and memory, begins much earlier than most imagine. From a princess's private trove to vast institutions welcoming millions, the museum has evolved into a space where the boundaries between the private and the public dissolve, transforming personal passion into a shared heritage.
The Louvre has always been in the center of Paris. That is to say, it has been the heart of Paris for almost 800 years. And Paris, in the year 1190. It is necessary to go back that far to find a Paris without its Louvre. It was in that year that King Philip Augustus built himself a fortress, a place to keep his jewels, his dogs, and his prisoners of war.
As everyone knows, the Louvre Museum is not just a museum. For decades, it has been one of the tools of soft power, and the actual decision regarding its management and security rests with the Élysée Palace. Around the world, there have been nearly hundreds of famous museum thefts. This isn't the first time the Louvre has been targeted, but the October 2025 heist, which unfolded in plain sight of guards and visitors, may be among the boldest in its history.
The heist of the Louvre was a tremendous shock on October 19th. We had several small burglaries in museums right before. The Museum of Natural History, golden pellets were stolen. So this was like a series. we were like a nation in shock. Why can't we protect anything of value? And secondly, there was a sort of shock about the fact that there was insufficient security. So we were blaming insufficient security, so laxness and indifference, and at the same time, some sort of national curse.
From the Apollo Gallery 50 years ago, the sword of King Charles, made around 6 kilograms of gold, studded with precious stones, vanished from its display and has never been recovered. But the real story here isn't the theft itself, but what it says between the lines. Why are museums robbed more easily than jewelry stores? Why do surveillance systems, guards, reinforced glass, and alarms so often fail to do their jobs?
Let's say that a jewelry store has a limited perimeter, it's a small area, and they have strict access control, and they have standardized procedures. But for a museum, it's by nature an open venue. They welcome people, so you have a lot of flows, and it's always a compromise between access, conservation, and visitor experience. So, of course, it's a whole chain of security that has to be set up, and that is a very complex way how to set up. And also, if one aspect is not well secured, it's the whole chain which is deficient.
Well, jewelry stores expect to be robbed. The national museums, any museum, knows it's a possibility, but too many armed guards inside the museum would give a bad feeling, and plus they really don't want a guard to pull out a gun and shoot. In most museums, the artwork is not insured, and jewelers are insured. So the jewelers, they can put up a fight, but in the end, it's not that tragic for them. For a museum, they don't put up a fight. It's almost counterintuitive, but they should be guarded like crazy since they don't have insurance. But it's exactly the reverse that happens.
On a bright morning on the 19th of October 2025, a theft unfolded in the heart of Paris that stunned the world. Not for its scale alone, but for its symbolism. In broad daylight, priceless artifacts vanished from the Louvre, the world's most visited museum and one of France's proudest institutions. Considering this latest Louvre heist, the getaway truck was itself stolen from a small town on the outskirts of Paris called Louvre. It somehow made its way into one of the busiest, most heavily monitored areas of the French capital. The truck stopped, 4 men got out, 2 entered the gallery, took what they came for, and left. All happened in just 7 minutes. This is what has been confirmed. Digging into details, sources say that those 7 minutes were invested wisely. 3 minutes and 57 seconds were enough to smash the glass, snatch 2 displays of jewels, and escape without anyone lifting a finger to stop them. All this in a city where Parisians swear that if anyone parks his car in that same spot for even a minute, police patrols would appear from every direction, issue a fine, and order the driver to move immediately.
It's a symbol of France. What happened in the Louvre was shocking. We always see police cars all over Paris every minute, but here in this spot and specific minute, no police car was there to stop the robbery. It is shocking.
So that's what really shocked us. The easiest way they could use to do that, it was like acting normally, being part of the environment.
The world is expecting more security from this kind of places, of course. One day or another, we will have also a security failure in the Tour Eiffel.
The thieves did know everything about the Louvre's method of operation. They knew that the jewels were reinstalled every morning. The jewels are taken away at night and hidden in a safe place and brought back at exactly a few minutes before opening. And they knew that that was the vulnerable moment to jump in, because security would have been moving around. So obviously they had infiltrated somebody who had done all this investigating.
Merde. Ok, merci. Les individus sont en scooter, ils vont quitter. La police. Ah, c'est pour passage monsieur, est-ce qu'on arrête les entrées?
Experts say museum officials long believed that a daylight robbery of a major museum was virtually impossible. Yet growing evidence suggests the Louvre thieves may have received assistance from inside the institution itself. Some even speculate that the perpetrators had a digital or human Trojan horse inside the museum, a secret accomplice who is now just a stunned observer like everyone else. Still, these are speculations nonetheless.
All kind of cyber intrusion or any insider that could link some crucial information are always options that has to be taken into consideration for investigation.
I am not inside the investigation, but it's very probable that they had somebody inside who told them how weak the system was. It's very plausible. Very plausible. But we have to wait the end of the investigation.
Is it somebody like a one guard or some cleaner or something like that? That's where the suspicions would go. But that it was an inside operation that was commanded by people inside who working against their own institution, no, that has not been considered in the end by the investigation, nor the fact that it would be a foreign nation.
According to what we know about what they said, the criminals said during their arrest, and also what they have, what the investigators have discovered, there was no any traceability of intrusion. Could be internal insider providing with crucial information, or any kind of cyber attack on the system in the Louvre. So for the moment, nothing goes to that explanation.
Hours after what many are calling the heist of the century, Hichem Daoud, a political anthropology researcher at France's National Center for Scientific Research, reflected on the deeper implications of the theft. France may have recovered its most valuable artifact, Daoud said, but what was wounded today cannot be healed by reclaiming a mere object. What was shaken was the belief that the symbols of the French nation are untouchable, that the pride of an entire country could not be threatened in a matter of minutes. He continued, "The crown has returned to the Louvre and may soon shine again, and perhaps the remaining stolen pieces will be recovered. But the image of that crown lying abandoned on the roadside will haunt the national memory. Deep down, the French fear that one day their country could resemble that crown, stripped of pride, of grandeur, and of protection."
You know, everybody, the newspaper reported that something very easy, and then the jewelry is lost forever. It's part of organized crime, and we will never find them.
Those jewels are considered to be national treasures, and who would dare do this in front of everybody and steal them? So museums are behind in their thinking. They got it more or less backwards. And there is another problem, that when you steal from a museum, you have to dispose of the artwork on the black market. So these jewels will have to be cut and transformed in order to be sold. And there is another problem, since it's a national affront. They have 100 police working on this. I mean, for a jewelry store, you wouldn't necessarily have that many police. So it's really very counterintuitive, and it's just this illusion of ease that the criminals saw, which made them try such a thing after a whole series. But after this, I think the French museum world will change completely. I was in another museum when it happened, and I saw the guards got nervous and started walking around Napoleon's sword. So there's going to be a reaction.
Ironically, some observers note the stolen items may be the only pieces in the Louvre that weren't already stolen from somewhere else to begin with. Historians estimate that nearly 80% of the museum's collection originated from colonial conquests and imperial expeditions. That uncomfortable truth, many argue, is the real core of the story. European analysts see the heist as a mirror held up to France itself, a nation strained by political instability, economic fatigue, and growing social unrest.
I guess you are not expecting the President of the Republic to be in front of the museum and be like that and prevent robbery. I mean, it's not his role, okay? I think that somebody has to be blamed is the lady in charge, the director of the Louvre. She has to be blamed because she receives the report and the warning. She is the one who should dismiss. She's the one who has to resign, not the president. I mean, the president, you cannot expect your president to be in front of each of your museum, I guess.
It wasn't just a robbery, one senior cultural critic in Brussels said. It was a symbolic message reclaiming that what France once took can also be taken from France. Investigators remain tight-lipped about how the thieves managed to infiltrate one of the most secure museums in the world in broad daylight. Yet the brazenness of the act and its timing between a collapsing government and another trembling under pressure has deepened public unease. To many, it feels as though the country's sense of pride and protection has been breached.
It's a symbol that has been attacked, and for France, it's really a very critical and even political issue, let's say. And also the amount of the law, which is the value of the jewelries are around 88 million euros.
With considerable intelligence, because really the timing was incredible. And they got lucky because the police went to the wrong place when they finally got the alarm. And they were also lucky, these burglars, because the casing of the jewels was not as, it wasn't impenetrable. Okay, this was not Fort Knox. So they did have some time to drill a hole in the glass, and the Louvre doesn't have armed police inside. You have to go get them. You just have security, and they came in, and the burglars threatened them with these drills, and so really nobody wanted to be attacked. And in the past, there have been guards who were overpowered and gagged and tied up a few decades ago. So nobody wants to go through that.
We often read the phrase, inspired by a true story, at the beginning of some movies or even some novels. But what happened at the Louvre seems to be the complete opposite. Who among us did not notice the mysterious resemblance between the recent Louvre theft and the plots of the famous French series Lupin and the film The Thomas Crown Affair, released in 1999? Were these stories merely a coincidence? Or were they hidden maps of an event that actually took place at the Louvre on the morning of October 19, 2025?
The beginning is disturbingly similar because it's the same part of the Louvre which is burglarized. However, in the series, it's a public auction which is attacked, and in reality, it's simply the room, the display room. So there's that difference. However, the quality of the burglars seems to be similar. They are not, international robbers like Arsène Lupin is supposed to have been. This imaginary figure, it's not Ocean 11 or one of those kind of high-class mythical movie attacks. These were just general, jewelry robbers who did this.
The comparison is a bit exaggerated because, okay, we have the Louvre, which is a world icon, and it's very romantic place as well. But the idea of also acting during the day, so the fact this is very surprising. Unfortunately, I have to say that as I mentioned previously, obviously no political and no other objective in this health to get profits and to exploit a security gap, and that's all.
Astonishing that they were able to do something like that in such a short amount of time with no one really noticing what was going on. Right. So it really was like an ultimate heist in the middle of the day.
It almost sounded like a movie.
Well, you would imagine like high level of security, especially protecting certain things. So when you have something valuable at home, you try to protect it, right? Imagine a museum with lots of history, lots of years worth of, right? So yeah, very surprised.
Here, the sequence of events can be laid out chronologically as follows. First came the theft itself. Then the wave of astonishment, not only in France but globally. Third, the rapid spread of the news, thanks to social media networks. The fourth was the collapse of any sense of time as the public demanded quick answers before shock could turn into yet another crisis from Macron's government, which was already navigating intense political pressure at the time. In such a situation, it was only natural to resort to artificial intelligence to understand what had happened.
Today, technology does not grant the luxury of time. For example, in the recent Louvre Museum theft, just a few hours after the incident, social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos, perhaps exaggerated, created with the help of artificial intelligence, all seemingly mocking the theft. This allowed those behind technology screens to be journalists, analysts, and even investigators. For example, I didn't fly to Paris or enter the Louvre. The only truth about the video you've just watched in the Louvre is my photo, just a silent photo that I gave to AI to generate this video. I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there. Only AI did. This was nothing but an experiment to understand today's powerful technology.
Trying to find a kind of plot in this due to the political and social situation in France. Macron is always used for groups that are against the situation and let's say the current political scene. It's another way how to attack France, or more specifically its president.
On ne tire pas sur une ambulance. You don't shoot ambulance. When somebody is weak, it's always easier to ban him and to blame him. Okay? I myself, I don't blame the president for that. I blame the lady in charge, the director of the museum. She is the one who had the report. She is the one in charge. She is the one who must be taken accountable on that.
History never knew the dragon we speak of today, the artificial intelligence. Yet history tells us that the Babylonians and the civilizations that followed them in Mesopotamia, along with the ancient Egyptians, Persians, Romans, Greeks, and others, were the ones who first conceived and developed the idea of a museum through centuries of accumulated experience. But today, things have changed. In recent years, virtual museums have emerged, presenting their collections in an intangible digital space, one no thief or vandal can ever touch. And now, artificial intelligence enters this vast landscape once again. Perhaps we are on the brink of transformation that will redefine museums and their security altogether. Whether physical or virtual, the museum remains a place where history completes its cycle, where history became full circle, returning us to the same human impulse to collect, preserve, and display.
Well, it was the French and the British. The French Revolution, they took the royal collections and they said, okay, this is not just for the nobility who are coming once in a while, and not just for art students, it can be opened up to everyone. So it was made accessible, especially to art students and on certain days to the public. And it became popular. And the British did the same thing with the British Museum. Now, in the 19th century, museums were also research centers. They do a lot of archaeology in the Middle East. They did a whole lot of Egyptology. That's really what got them off the ground. And then they stored the big national paintings, a Napoleon crossing, a mountain pass, and such grand paintings. But it is in the 20th century that it really, really got off the ground because it became a mass tourism attraction and brought in a lot of revenue.
Museums, despite their symbolic and cultural weight, are not all fortified like high-end jewelry stores. They rarely anticipate the possibility of a bold daylight robbery. And so, the weaknesses are far greater than the average visitor ever imagines. In just minutes, the heist of the century, as the French now call it, along with royal crowns and historic necklaces, vanished into the bustle of Parisian streets. The spectacle stunned the French and the world, revealing the fragility of a place long thought to be one of the safest guardians of human heritage. Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet? The world found itself witnessing an event where time seemed to stand still. An audience surrounded by a forest of phone cameras inside a hall devoid of surveillance. In the past, before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets, joining strikes, waving flags, writing songs, demanding justice. Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet, at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow pins hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
They seized our homes and refused to leave them.
We launched the attack and destroyed the enemy's capabilities.
There is a security concern, and this concern is related to Al-Shabaab.
I opened the car window and saw my legs severed.
She disappeared for a while and came back pregnant in the camp.
We achieved major victories. We defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
It is very important that we see more embassies opening in Mogadishu.
If they give us the chance, we will return here tomorrow.
Somalia faces major challenges.
with more than 60% of its population affected by nearly 2 decades of ongoing clashes with al-Shabaab. The Kawarai militia, as Somalis call it, seeks to overthrow the government and establish its own rule.
There is a security concern, and this concern is linked to al-Shabaab, which is not only an extremist movement that uses violence to achieve its goals, but also a movement that runs parallel to the state and tries to impose a complete alternative reality in parts of this country.
واقعا كاملا في أجزاء من هذه الدولة.
Al-Shabaab was founded in 2004, and its first public appearance under its current name came in 2006 on the ruins of a state that had been torn apart and exhausted by civil wars. In that same year, the United States designated it a terrorist organization. It served as the military wing of the Islamic Courts Union, which had consolidated its control over Mogadishu and the south of the country, becoming a major force through a system of Sharia court. In 2007, the movement split from the Union, which had refused to remain silent in the face of Ethiopian intervention, having become a magnet for many extremist currents with backing from Eritrea.
We are dealing with a Somali phenomenon that naturally crosses borders, receives support from abroad, and works to strengthen and cultivate its ties with other terrorist groups. Yet it has a distinctly Somali character. They say it is largely self-funded and entrenches its presence. Militarily, it constantly wages hit-and-run attacks and exploits clan disputes. And it exploits the lack of coordination between the central government and the regions, attacking weak positions.
The movement's current emir is Ahmed Diriye, known as Abu Ubada al-Somali, succeeding Ahmed Abdi, known as Mukhtar Abdul Rahman Abu Zubair, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2014. 2 years earlier, the movement had pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda, revealing an even more brutal face.
When the explosion happened, I heard that I had lost my leg. I saw thick smoke rising beneath me. I couldn't believe I was the target. I opened the car window and saw my severed leg. I panicked at the horror of what I saw. I jumped out of the car and crawled 4 or 5 steps. Nearby, there was an army checkpoint on the road leading to the airport. It is a heavily guarded area. I heard intense gunfire. Then the first soldier came toward me. I identified myself as a journalist because they thought I was the suicide bomber. After that, the soldiers took me to the hospital. The damage done to me is visible, but I did not bow to their intimidation and threats. I did not stop my work or my education, and I believe I defeated them. I did not give in to what they were demanding of me.
It was a bloody period after which the Somali army entered. A new phase of decisive, intensive field operations targeting the rebels' strongholds.
Battles between al-Shabaab and the state keep recurring. In the past, we would leave our homes and then come back. But now, the fighting methods have changed because al-Shabaab fighters seized our homes and refused to leave them, so the state brought in its artillery and began shelling them.
This approach began under former President Sharif. Sheikh Ahmed continued under President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud during his first term, and then under his successor, Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, known as Farmayo. The year 2022 marked a decisive turning point in the fight against terrorism, when the government, with the support of the COA, African Union mission, dealt heavy blows to the extremists.
Since the arrival of President Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud to power in May 2022, the state declared a war against those outside the law. Major campaign in which the state prevailed and the rebels suffered heavy defeats. We drove them out of many areas they used to control. When we speak of a distance of 30 kilometers from Mogadishu, we mean the towns of Balad and Basra. We also pushed them away from the Haradhir area, 8 kilometers from Mogadishu. We can say that the Somali state now controls around 90 to 95% of the territory.
Al-Shabaab bases its strategy on choosing cities in strategic locations to serve as its strongholds. The latest area to be liberated from its grip was the town of Baria. About 60 kilometers from Mogadishu, the town served as a forward base for the group's fighters, from which they planned and managed operations against the capital and its surroundings.
Baria is an important area. First, it is agricultural land. Second, it is close to the towns of Maro and Afgoy all the way to Marca, which makes it strategically important for the enemy. The terrorists try to move closer to the area, disrupt people's lives, and control the road leading to Mogadishu. Securing Baria is part of the operation. The military operation we called Silent Storm. The town has a strategic location, allowing us to monitor movements in the surrounding areas, on both sides.
Clashes have changed the face of the town after it spent a period behind the front lines. Motionless bodies bear witness to a fierce struggle, and hope is renewed for residents to return to their homes again.
Shabab fighters came and ordered all the residents to leave. They told them they did not want to see any of them here. All our people want to return to their homes. If they give us the chance, we will come back here tomorrow.
There is no current danger. What remains is to comb the area carefully, clear the mines they planted, and search for any remnants that could still harm people. Once we finish this important process, we will allow people to return to their homes. We will continue and move on to other areas, including Oudale.
Somali clans have also stepped in after growing fed up with the extortion payments imposed on them by force. A tribal uprising was a decisive factor in tipping the balance of the confrontation, drawing on its intimate knowledge of the terrain and the fighters' movements.
Those we call the Kawari, or outlaws, who controlled southern Somalia, are from the Al-Shabaab group, based in the south of Iyajao, and then near in Puntland all the way to the far end of Jubaland, where Ras Kamboni is located, an Islamist military front. In the north, specifically, in the Golis Mountains and in Al-Miskat, ISIS is present. We have achieved major victories. With the help of the Puntland army and people, we have defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
The escalation peaked in March 2025, when there was an attempt to target President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's convoy, with a roadside landmine near the presidential palace. This bloody approach is not limited to striking state institutions and symbols. It targets anyone who opposes the movement's extremist ideology.
They wanted to silence me, to make me keep quiet. They were targeting public figures, so that ordinary people would feel despair when they saw one or two such people killed. Among public figures, to terrorize society and destabilize the state. They want to frighten the people. Personally, I did not feel fear and did not leave my country as other journalists did. We stayed and continued talking about them. They will come to an end. One day...
Illegal, taxes, smuggling, kidnapping and extortion, money laundering and external support. This is how the movement funds its terrorist activities, providing it with around $100 million a year, according to the U.S. Treasury Department.
هذا التمويل ممتد ويساعده في ذلك.
This funding is sustained, and it is aided by a kind of pragmatism in dealing with clans. Sometimes trying to win them over, sometimes standing against them, and terrorizing those clans, dealing with them in ways that avoid direct confrontations. Addressing this requires a great deal of work, not only from Somali society, but from the Somali state and from the country's brothers and partners.
We have put in place an economic program to combat the Al-Shabaab terrorist movement, and we established a financial intelligence center to fight terrorist groups economically. We have succeeded in tightening the economic noose around them and cutting off their financial support. According to the latest reports, we have managed to close 575 accounts linked to the movement and have frozen 21 bank accounts.
International and regional alliances have stepped in and tightened the noose around these groups through ongoing operations to drive them out of their positions, mainly in the south and center of the country.
Neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti have helped us. They have been part of the African Union peacekeeping mission since 2006, as well as Uganda, one of the African countries supporting us. These states have joined us at every stage of the fight against terrorism. Their soldiers are part of the PIA, African Union forces. Without their efforts on Somalia's security, terrorism would also have reached neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Somalia itself is deeply interconnected with its neighboring states.
The movement has lost much of its influence after the renewed pressure on it, combined with intensive U.S. airstrikes, and a series of defections has also thrown it into disarray and undermined its organizational structure.
I broke away from Al-Shabaab after a long ordeal. Their only goal is destruction and sabotage. They show no mercy to the weak, and life among them was harsh and difficult. I surrendered to the government. I want to live a dignified life, and pledged to fight them alongside the government forces and defend the country against those who kill people.
I used to think they represented Islam, and that anyone who opposed their ideas was a disbeliever. I even joined them and believed in their ideology. But their brutal killing of innocents and my inability to bear it pushed me to flee, especially after they ordered me to carry out a brutal killing operation. Before carrying it out, I decided to escape.
Mogadishu, which used to fall asleep to the sound of explosions and wake up to security fears and bullet marks on the walls, has now begun to regain its long-forgotten features. A cautious calm prevails under constant vigilance. Security checkpoints are everywhere, with heavy concrete barriers at the city's intersections. Military patrols monitor all entry points closely. A daily inspection routine is still present on every corner. Soba Street, which witnessed the deadliest terrorist attacks in the capital's history in October 2017 and October 2022, is now entering a new phase of construction and development in an effort to restore the security that years of violence have taken away. Bakara Market, one of the largest markets in the Horn of Africa and the center of economic life in Somalia. For years, it was an open battlefield between warlords, Al-Shabaab fighters, and peacekeeping forces. The place's memory takes us back to 1992, when the state of chaos and social fragmentation prompted the United Nations to intervene militarily under U.S. leadership in what was then called Operation Restore Hope.
Today, I informed Secretary General Boutros Ghali that America will respond to the call. I have given Secretary Cheney the order to deploy a substantial American force to Somalia.
The clashes in and around Bakara Market escalated, and the market gained worldwide notoriety, especially after the events of October 3, 1993, the Battle of Mogadishu, when General Mohammed Farah Aidid's forces shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters and dragged the bodies of their crew through the area.
This past weekend, we all reacted with anger and horror when an armed Somali gang desecrated the bodies of our American soldiers and paraded an American pilot as a captive. These tragic events raise difficult questions about our efforts in Somalia. Why are we still there?
The fierce battles left 19 American soldiers dead, after which U.S. forces withdrew from Somalia in 1994. Today, with tighter security and an increased police presence inside, the market is seeing a noticeable recovery for both consumers and traders.
Anyone who knows Bakara Market knows well that it has gone through major problems. In the past, there were serious obstacles related to security, the economy, and commercial competition. These challenges plunged us into a cycle of fear, killings, and bombings, and hardship. There were huge explosions in nearby areas that caused many problems for our people. Thank God, there is a big difference between what we went through in the past and where we are today.
The relative stabilization of conditions has boosted commercial activity and extended to livestock markets, the backbone of Somalia's economy for centuries, the main source of livelihood for most of its people.
This market was established in 2005. Large numbers of goats and sheep are brought here. Trade is going well. Prices rise at times and fall at others. A sheep costs between $250 and $300, and a goat between $120 and $160. The market receives around 6,000 head of sheep each month, and during the Eid periods the number rises to about 60 or 70,000 head.
Ada International Airport, named after the country's first president, is regaining its air traffic after being destroyed following the overthrow of Siad Barre's regime.
We have here 23 domestic flights a day to local airports, and we also have 17 international flights. We work with Interpol, which makes it easier for us to identify all those on watch lists. We are keen to arrest criminals, and those working with organizations such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Al-Shabaab. It has also become easier for us because we have a system known as the Fraud Detection Unit, FDU, which allows us to detect forged passports and visas and catch forgers.
The airport is one of the most heavily guarded sites in the capital, particularly in the Green Zone. It is a strategic hub for the government and international organizations, which makes it a target.
We facilitate the arrival and movement of our international partners here, but dealing with Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and ISIS is very difficult at times, because they can easily change their names and alter their records. Sometimes there are people who work with them and try to bring them into the country so that they can operate here more easily.
Mogadishu Port, the maritime heart of the capital, and the country's economic gateway to the Indian Ocean, is regaining its competitive position among Africa's major ports despite past setbacks.
Last year, Mogadishu Port became the second-best port in sub-Saharan Africa. The first was also Somalia's Berbera port, and we are trying to reach first place this year. Last year's estimates indicated that more than 400 ships arrived here. And as conditions improve and peace returns to Somalia, many business people have begun to benefit, not only in imports but also in exports, for example, to Kenya, Asia, and Arab countries. This is very positive for our business community. We have also put in place an advanced system under which all incoming ships undergo thorough inspections. Everything entering through our ports is checked. Everything entering through our ports is checked. And we have one of the most modern scanning devices in the region.
Directing domestic and foreign investment into infrastructure is an important step to boost an economy that faces major challenges such as poverty and youth unemployment exceeding 70%.
In Somalia, young people make up about 75% of the population, and their ages range from 18 to 50 years old, which means that we have an overall promising human capital. Even in terms of technology, we are developing significantly compared to neighboring countries. We have very good internet, so it is expected that the government will raise the economic growth rate to about 5 to 6%. As for average annual income per capita, it used to be around $300 and is now close to $600 to $700, which in itself is a clear improvement. The country has also launched a Vision 2060, under which we hope to raise average daily income per person from $2 to $5.
In addition to the traditional engines of development, new promising sectors are emerging, bringing fresh opportunities for investment and growth.
We still have great hopes of finding oil and gas, and exploration has already begun. So we are currently very optimistic economically. Our GDP growth rate is about 3 to 4%. We have 4 main sectors driving economic development: livestock, agriculture, fishing, and now we have started entering the oil and gas sector, which gives us substantial and diversified potential to drive our economic growth.
Despite the fragility of the economic recovery indicators, they have encouraged Somali investor Abdinur Gutel to establish his project in the heart of Makkah al-Mukarramah Street, which was once the scene of bloody bombings.
Somalia is our country. We were working here before this project was set up. We see it as a social duty. If we don't do it, no one else will. That's why we wanted to invest in Somalia. To create jobs for Somali youth who used to risk their lives at sea to migrate to Europe and other countries. We have hired many of them, and people from the wider community. And we have also created a platform where all Somali companies can showcase their products and services for the Somali people.
Economic momentum has been strengthened by Somalia's accession to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa and the East African Community. This step falls within a broader trend of economic diplomacy, which requires diplomatic openness that brings the country back onto the international stage.
It is very important for us to see more embassies opening in Mogadishu. We are working on this every day with our international partners, and going forward, we look forward to opening more embassies and missions. Diplomatic missions in Mogadishu. We work closely in line with our strategic vision at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open more diplomatic missions around the world, especially in countries with which we have good and strong ties.
A political approach that runs up against various obstacles. In an unusual scene, on the side of the road, the pavements turn into spaces to display and sell the shilling, Somalia's local currency. Bundles of banknotes that reflect high levels of inflation, which forced the government to adopt the dollar as an alternative currency alongside the emergence of electronic payment systems. Somalia's location has had a major impact on its political and economic makeup, past and present, making it a constant focal point of competition between great powers.
Its geographic position is clear: the Gulf of Aden, Bab al-Mandeb, and a coastline of 3,330 kilometers, the second longest coast in Africa. In sea lands of great importance, you are talking about a country emerging from conflict that has entered a zone of intense international competition, with multiple regional states competing over control of the maritime gateways in Africa and beyond. Naturally, this location puts it in the eye of these storms. The second, and very important, point for Somalia is that it forms the first line of contact in this part of the Horn of Africa and the Arab world in the fight against terrorism.
The same strategic location takes us back to a pivotal era in Somalia's history, when its unique geography in the Horn of Africa drew the interest of the major colonial powers, which redrew its borders according to their interests. After independence, Somalis began the journey of building a unified state, but successive conflicts threw Arab, African Somalia back into a spiral of fragmentation.
The most prosperous era in Somalia's history was when the country gained independence from British and Italian colonial rule and later united into a single entity, the Somali Republic, on 1 July 1960 until January 1975. Since that date, Somalia's trajectory began to decline sharply after the military regime executed 10 Somali elders who opposed the regime's so-called family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. Who opposed what the regime called the family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. That gave women greater equality with men. After that, Somalia entered the 1977 war with Ethiopia, a war that gradually led to the weakening of the Somali state and to its eventual collapse.
Following these deep divisions, international, and Arab efforts emerged to bring the parties together and overcome political and security complexities.
During the collapse of President Siad Barre's government, may he rest in peace, and up to the establishment of the first transitional government in 2004, the Arab League had an envoy, and from that time on, we began trying to calm tempers between the Somali parties. In 2006, we held negotiations in Khartoum between the Somali transitional government and the Islamic courts. In 2008, we opened an Arab League mission during some of the darkest times when Somali society and its government were suffering from rampant violence.
As internal fighting worsened, federalism emerged as a political option for bringing people together, granting the region's broad self-rule within a unified state, producing 6 states, the most recent of which is the northeastern state, a direction rejected by Somaliland in the north of the country, which unilaterally declared secession in 1991. Today, this African country stands in the middle, seeking a delicate balance between its internal obligations and the pressures of geopolitics.
From a geopolitical perspective, our core vision is to work closely with all our partners, including our neighbors, because every challenge we face. As a government, we see as an opportunity to cooperate with states that are serious about working with us on the basis of respect for our sovereignty, our unity, and our national and international interests.
In the outskirts of the city, tin shack neighborhoods appear as a forced refuge for thousands of families fleeing conflict zones. Most live on limited means amid a total absence of infrastructure and basic services. A fragile social fabric further burdened by an extreme climate. It struck local community, stability, and left nearly 4 million people suffering from food insecurity out of a population of 19 million. In another part of Somalia's map, among these tents, are stories that led thousands of families to join the Mamis displacement camp in the Danail area. Hassan Ibrahim was one of those who left Baidoa in south-central Somalia during a mass displacement of more than 700,000 people.
I left my area because of drought, hunger, and problems. We've been here for 4 years. We have nowhere to go and cannot find good work. I used to farm and herd livestock. My wife, my children, and I fled after our animals died because the pastures dried up. We came here suffering from many problems.
We've been here for 2 years. We came from Lower Shabelle. My younger sister, Lula, lost her eyesight. We took her to the hospital. But the treatment was very expensive. They asked for a large amount of around $700 or $800, which we cannot possibly afford. Our father went to the countryside looking for work, and our mother works as a porter in Bakara market. Sometimes she earns money, and sometimes she doesn't. We can only have dinner when she gets paid. This is our situation.
Forced movements with different causes, yet all meet at one point, the struggle for survival.
The number of people here is large. They came from the regions of Middle Shabelle and Lower Shabelle, from places like Bay Bakul and all the areas beyond Afgoy, Kurioli, and Shalambud. Water shortages and clashes pushed them to come to this camp. Last week I was told that one woman suffered a psychological breakdown because of the fighting. She disappeared for a while and returned pregnant to the camp. There are also some wounded who were hit by gunfire.
Here there is both one thing and its opposite. In a striking shift in migration routes, Somalia has gone from being a source of refugees to a destination for those fleeing crises. Crises no less complex than the reality of this Arab African country.
During the war in Syria, there was a lot of chaos. After I graduated in 2017 or 2018, work conditions were bad, few job opportunities, difficulty starting your own business, and many hardships. Also because of the military situation, we had compulsory service, so I was forced to work abroad. I contacted friends who were already in Somalia. They encouraged me and said job opportunities were good. The climate was good, life was comfortable, and there were no problems at all. And now I am bound by a contract with the group here, and I'm comfortable. And of course, I'm thinking of returning, now that Assad is gone.
أنا يمنية أعيش في الصومال وصار لي من 2021.
I am Yemeni. I've been living in Somalia since 2021. I was in Turkey with my father when I met my husband there, and it happened that I returned to Somalia because of my husband's job. He is an engineer here. I came in 2021 and started a project. The project was a simple idea with a big dream. I love that Somalia is truly a country worth investing in, and I advise anyone to invest here. So I wanted to start a home-based project with simple handmade touches.
Somalia today stands at a crossroads between the legacy of old conflicts and a serious opportunity to rebuild beyond the era of state collapse. Somalia's story may shift again given the current situation, and as the model of direct elections appears on the horizon, promising new rules with no war and no division.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.